but a fantastic woman. Please, ma'am, can she stand up so that we can? Dr. Aisha, she's the Director in charge of Consumer Protection and Financial Inclusion, and she will be speaking here today, so I want all of you to listen. Alpha Morgan Bank, thank you and welcome. Please, can we see the delegation in the room? Thank you so much and welcome. Thank you very much. That's the group head, Corporate Banking. Carry Asset Management, the GMD and Chief Executive Officer of Carry Asset Management. Thank you and welcome, sir, Mr. Johnson Chukwu. Dr. Tokwe Fasho, of course, our special guest. He is the Special Advisor to the President on Economic Affairs. Thank you very much for coming. We also have here a strong delegation from the Securities and Exchange Commission. Dr. Next up, thank you very much. The DG, of course, would have loved to be here, but he actually also sent a strong delegation. Thank you also to DAR Communications PLC. Please, a round of applause for them. DAR Communications PLC has been a fantastic partner. At least without them, Moneyline with Nancy will not be coming to you every morning. So please, I want a very warm round of applause for the Chief Executive Officer of DAR Communications PLC. And of course, what we were doing here too will be beamed live. So I want all of you to know that. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Kennedy Owundo, I want to thank you. Professor Joseph Unana of the Development Bank of Nigeria, thank you very much. And please extend my best regards to the MD of Development Bank of Nigeria. Also to Arit and Paul for the beautiful billboards that have been lighting the city of Abuja. People have been seeing me all around and they've been snapping the billboards for this program. Thank you very much. To Bookmetrics. Bookmetrics is also one of our partners for the breathtaking visuals capturing today's moments. Thank you all for your unwavering support. So all your picture needs, if you are doing wedding and all that, that is the man to meet. Thank you. I am deeply honored to stand before this distinguished audience gathered here in pursuit of clarity, knowledge, as well as empowerment. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today's forum is not just another event. It is a necessary conversation at a defining moment, a conversation of consequence in Nigeria's economic journey. Across the world, financial systems are being reshaped right now by innovation, regulation, and reform. I just came back, I think, whether 2 or 3 weeks ago from the World Bank IMF meetings in Washington. And part of what we discussed there was about resilience, was about innovation. Nigeria's economic history right now is changing. There's a historic evolution of our financial landscape. And I keep on saying this on my program every weekday. And I don't know if many Nigerians realize that, and that is why I had to put this together. From the new tax reforms signed into law in June to the ongoing capital market reforms and the forthcoming deadline of the bank recapitalization exercise that will eclipse in March next year, which is just a few months away. That will define, of course, the strength and the stability of our financial institutions. The new Insurance Act, NIRA 2025, is also there. The pension funds and pension funds administrators, pension funds custodians. There's a looming recapitalization as directed by PENCOM within that space. So all this points out that our financial system is evolving. And with that, the rules, the risk, and the opportunities that define how our wealth is created and sustained would also change. So the system is evolving rapidly, decisively, and continuously. So as it evolves, so must we. The reforms that we're seeing now are not just abstract. They affect how you save, how you invest, and how you run your business, and ultimately, how you secure your financial future. At Moneyline with Nancy, we understand that information is power, but only when it is clarified, it is contextualized, and it is communicated. And we must evolve in understanding to separate the signal from the noise. And trust me when I say this, because sometimes when I watch television or even read newspapers, I try to see some noise there, not clarity. And that is why I'm actually also doing this today, for us to be able to equip ourselves as individuals, households, as well as businesses, to make sound financial decisions in this new era. Why is Moneyline with Nancy on AIT organizing this program? For about 2 decades now, my platform, Moneyline with Nancy, has been more than a television program. It has been a national classroom on finance. At least I met people today that told me, I've been watching you since when I was little. And I asked them, I said, I'm not an old woman, please, you know. been watching when I was in secondary school, but I'm still here. So the program is more than a national classroom on finance, on business, economy, financial enlightenment, inclusion, and even national development. Through conversations, analysis, and storytelling, we've sought to empower Nigerians with knowledge, because financial education is the first step to financial liberation. But I have realized that television is not just enough. We must meet people where they are, through dialogue, through life engagement, through practical learning. And that conviction bettered this forum today, a bridge between the boardroom and the marketplace, between policy makers, that we have a few of them here in the hall, and in fact, the high and mighty here in the hall, the regulators that you need to speak with, and the citizens, between even the financial regulators and the everyday investor. So through Golden Aura Limited, we've also built platforms that connect policymakers, regulators, business leaders, and ordinary Nigerians, so that together we can bridge the gap between policy and people and make your money have meaning for you. So our mission here today is very simple, but yet profound: to democratize access to credible financial intelligence and empower Nigerians to help you understand what is changing, why it matters, and how you can position yourself to prosper. Throughout today's sessions, we will explore real issues shaping our financial order and the new reality. We'll examine the new tax laws, what they mean for your business, your income, and your investment. The clarity you will seek will be provided here today. We'll look at the alarming rise of Ponzi schemes or illegal financial scams in our country. How many of you have invested in illegal financial scams? Don't be afraid, just tell me. That's why you're here. Yeah. The MMM of those days, or even the recent CBEX. It surprises me that according to SEC, Nigerians lost 316 billion naira to Ponzi schemes. But yet, less than 4% of us, adult population in Nigeria, are active investors in the capital market. Yet, more than 60 million Nigerians gamble every day. So for those of you that do betting, I don't want to call their names, you know what I'm talking about. 60 million of us gamble every day, spending an estimated $5.5 million every day. Have you asked yourself why you are not seeing perhaps the betting centers or those low, you know what I'm talking about, I don't want to name names, why you see them in like indigenous or poor settlements? Because they are building on you that things will get better and they are taking your money to get rich. Have you asked yourself, why are you not seeing those kind of centers in the Metamas and the Asokoros? Why are the big men not betting? They know where they are putting their money. Those legal places. And it's a tragedy. Thank you very much. And it's a tragedy, and I feel that it should stop and it should change, and that change can also begin with you here in the room, that you should be an agent. For me, people like me, or even me, people don't bring those kind of things to me. You know, it's just that I'll hear, oh, that is happening, because they know that I'm not the right person to bring it to. So we'll discuss how to identify and even avoid Ponzi schemes, because knowledge is your first protection, and awareness is your best weapon. We'll also be discussing smart ways to invest. If we're telling you not to do that or not to fall a victim to Ponzi schemes, what are the other smarter ways that you can invest? You will get them here today. How to identify legitimate opportunities and how to protect your hard-earned money from fraudsters. This will be a session, of course, on smarter ways to do things, practical, data-driven, and relevant to the times that we live in. We'll look at consumer protection, and that is where the Central Bank of Nigeria comes in. Because every one of us here is a customer of one bank or the other. Please, another round of applause for Alpha Morgan Bank, at least for partnering with us. At least we have a bank in the room. What happens when systems fail? What rights do you have as bank customers? How can you be more financially included and protected in the digital economy that is unfolding before us? How can Nigerians become even more financially included, that no one, regardless of income or background, is left behind in this new era? So this forum is not a one-way conversation. When it hits me that I was going to do this, at least before the end of the year, to prepare us, I did think about, I don't want today to just be talk. This forum today is for all of you. All of you here that will see me out, I'm trying to get, and I'm now your unofficial consultant. I'll be charging you money now. You know, so this conversation is not just about one-way traffic. It's for listening, it's for learning, it's for interacting, for questioning, because your questions matter. Our sessions are designed carefully to be engaging and practical, so please take advantage of the opportunity to ask questions, to share experiences, because clarity, of course, is the first step to confidence. Permit me again, with deep gratitude, to acknowledge the presence of our distinguished guests once again. Please, a round of applause for them, because putting all of this together, Your Excellency Pastor Omo Basi Eno and his strong delegation here, thank you very much, especially for your leadership and vision under the Arise agenda, which continues to prioritize investment, innovation, and inclusive growth. I remember what I told the governor when I was there in, Honorable, was it September that I came or so? I can't remember. Or August, yes. And the governor got a few of us, like I mentioned, on stage. They had finished presenting and all of that. And when I got to the room, I said, Governor, Your Excellency, fantastic. But I also need the states to be a bit more private sector driven. And for them to be here today is one of that. So please, a round of applause, at least for listening. Because their presence today underscores the importance of this dialogue and the future of Akwa Ibom State and, of course, Nigeria. Senator Osita Izunaso, Chairman, Senate Committee on Capital Market, we appreciate your commitment. Thank you very much, sir. He's supposed to travel, I think, today. He just had to shift it so that he can be here with us a bit, so he will be committing just a few hours to us. Thank you also for strengthening Nigeria's financial legislation and investor protection frameworks. The Ponzi scheme I was talking about earlier on, there are laws now that can take care of that, and I'm sure that when he speaks and SEC speaks, that they will give us more information on that. To our partners and institutions who make this possible, I can't get tired of talking about you. Central Bank of Nigeria, Dr. Aisha, please extend my regards again to Mr. Governor, Mr. Olayemi Cardoso. Thank you very much. Securities and Exchange Commission, sir, thank you again, and my regards to the DG. Development Bank of Nigeria, Alpha Morgan Bank, Cowrie Asset Management. I can't just say enough about Cowrie Asset Management, you know. So thank you very much, Mr. Chukwu, for joining us. Thank you for your trust, for your insights, and your collaboration. To our speakers, to our panelists, distinguished participants, thank you for lending your voices. Thank you for your time. Thank you also for the expertise that you bring to this important cause. Ladies and gentlemen, our nation stands at a critical juncture, but real transformation will only happen when citizens are informed, investors are discerning, and policymakers are accountable. Financial education is not a luxury, it is a necessity, because in today's Nigeria, what you don't know can cost you. This forum, therefore, is a call to understanding, to empowerment, and collective action. We are all stakeholders in Nigeria's financial future. Whether you're an investor, policymaker, entrepreneur, or civil servant, your choices matter, your voice matters, and your understanding matters even more. So as we begin today's sessions, let us remember, the goal is not merely to gather information, it is to gain insights that can change how we think, how we act, and how we make sense of our money. Let today be the day that you take one more step towards building a financially literate, inclusive, and prosperous Nigeria. Let us make this forum count, not just as a meeting of minds, but as a catalyst of financial wisdom. Once again, on behalf of Golden Aura Limited and Moneyline Winancy, I warmly welcome you all to the Moneyline Winancy on AI Investment Forum. Thank you for being here. You are all welcome. Thank you.
Please, let's give her a round of applause. You never get it wrong with a suit with Nancy. I had followed her to the US recently, and she called me in a hurry. So I went without washing my suit. By the time I got to the US, I took it to the dry cleaners, and they told me it was $1,500. I said, to wash this suit that I bought $100,000 in Nigeria. They said yes, so I gave it to charity, the next door. I discovered that the charity went to dry clean it, and they put it for sale, and they said it was $4. So I bought it back for $4. I don't know whether that was business sense. But anytime I travel without washing, I'll just dash the clothes to charity and wait for them to wash it and check how much they'll put it up for sale. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next person I'm about to bring is one we have described as a great lawyer and a good lawyer. I'm trying to find out the difference. Somebody had told me that if you want to win a case, it's either you get a great lawyer or a good lawyer. And I said, what's the difference? He said, a great lawyer knows the law, and a good lawyer knows the judge. Either way, you win the case. So apart from being a graduate with a BA honors from the University of Jos, a postgraduate diploma in journalism from the University of Abuja, and an MBA from the University of Calabar, he had built also a diversified intellectual portfolio. He later went back to school to acquire an LLB with first-class honors from Nile, graduating as best student of his set. Somebody said that old age. I said, no, at a later time in life. In 1992, he was already elected to the House of Representatives in 1992 and again in 1999. And in his early years of public service, he already was trading in trust, serving as Chief Press Secretary to both Speaker and Senate President, later Minister of Labor and Productivity. Over time, he became a seasoned legislative broker, sponsoring bills and motions that became high-yield instruments in Nigeria's democratic portfolio, from conveyance of persons in articulated vehicles bill to the treatment of care for victims of conflict bill and the amendment of the oil pipeline bill. Between 2013 and 2018, as the National Organizing Secretary of the APC, he helped to underwrite the party's growth and consolidation with strategy, stability, and stakeholder confidence. In 2018, he was chairman of the Governing Council of the National Automatic Design and Development Council, helping also to revive Nigeria's industrial stocks and foster engineering partnerships. Beyond that, he has also helped to establish a foundation, a social investment vehicle for persons with disabilities known as Papando Foundation. But since taking seat in the 10th Senate in June 2023, he has continued to trade ideas and policies that deal real value to Nigeria's democratic and financial spaces. Today, as chairman of the Senate Committee on Capital Market, he serves as custodian of Nigeria's financial instruments of progress. He continues to oversee a portfolio of reforms aimed at strengthening investor confidence, deepening financial inclusion, and ensuring that Nigeria's capital markets reflects numbers, hopes, innovation, and national prosperity. And so, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, permit me as I invite one who stands as a blue-chip statesman, a steady reformer whose political and developmental portfolio has yielded consistent dividends for both political people and the nation at large. In every sense, he is not just a legislator. He is a market maker in governance, a portfolio manager of policy, and a reliable custodian of Nigeria's economic future. Let's welcome none other but distinguished Senator Osita Izunaso, Chairman, Senate Committee on the Capital Market, for his opening remarks. Please, let's welcome him specially. Can we clap a little more for him?
Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. When next I'm campaigning, I don't have to use my voice. I will just play what the MC read now to the people. And when I finish, I will say, I have spoken. Thank you very much, MC. The governor of Akwa Ibom, represented by my friend and the Commissioner for Information, Mr. Annette Omon. The advisor to the President on Economic Matters, Dr. Tobe Fasoy, and the convener of today's event, Madam Nancy Naji. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my first observation is that when I look at the front row, I discover that it's only Dr. Fasoy and myself that are wearing native. The rest are wearing suit. So when I'm speaking, I will be speaking like a man who is wearing native, not suit. Because when they speak, they will speak with figures. And as the MC said, if I travel to anywhere, I don't have to give them this clothes to dry clean. They might not be able to dry clean it well. So I won't be able to buy it back. So it's still a problem either way. Anyway, I'm glad to be here this morning to be part of this great initiative by Madam Nancy Law of Moneyline on AIT. She's done exceedingly very well in this sector, and she deserves to be commended. I think she deserves a bigger round of applause. As for the young men and women that are sitting down there, the takeaway from this event should be, how do you make money legitimately? That should be your takeaway. If I were you, I would not miss an opportunity in putting down how to make this money in a legitimate way, because these are the people that will tell you how to do it. So before you leave here, if you have 10,000 in your pocket, please be calculating on how to make it 100,000 before Christmas, because you know things are getting expensive now. So having said that, as we gather under the theme, Nigeria's new financial landscape, reform risk, and the road to wealth creation, this forum couldn't have come at a better time than now, when the country is at a pivotal junction where structural reforms, fiscal policy, and investment policy are converging to redefine our financial and capital market architecture. You will recall that a few months ago, Mr. President assented to the Investment and Securities Act 2025, which was a complete repeal of the old Act of 2007, giving SEC new impetus in the financial regulatory framework. That IST 2025 is a forward-looking framework designed to strengthen regulatory oversight, enhance investor protection, and elevate market transparency. By providing clearer rules, stricter compliance mechanism, and robust enforcement powers, the Act ensures that our capital market is not only safe and credible, but also capable of attracting both domestic and international investment. One of the landmark provisions of the ISA 2025 is the reinforcement of regulatory oversight. The Act empowers SEC to proactively monitor market activities, detect systemic risk early, and enforce compliance with greater efficiency and transparency. This is a critical step in building confidence among investors, ensuring that market participants can operate within a predictable and fair system and deter malpractices that could undermine market stability. The investor protection lies in the heart of ISA 2025 by introducing enhanced disclosure requirements, stricter corporate governance standard, and accessible redress mechanism. Just as we have mentioned about the Ponzi scheme, before now you can trade on Ponzi and get away with it, but not any longer. If you are caught, stiffer penalty awaits you, up to imprisonment of 20 years or more, and refund of all the money that you have duped from people. Transparency is non-negotiable prerequisite for global competitiveness. The IST 2025 mandates clear reporting standards, enforces timely disclosure of material information, and align our capital market practices with international best standards. At this juncture, I wish to commend Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for the remarkable boost the capital market has received since he assumed office in 2023 through decisive reforms, macroeconomic stabilization, and policies that have strengthened investors' confidence. The administration has positioned and provided a foundation for sustainable growth in our capital market. However, there's something worrisome. The recent development under the Nigerian Tax Act 2025, the increase of the capital gain tax on the sale of shares worth 150 million naira and above from 10% to 30% is worrisome. taking effect from January 2026. This has created understandable concern among investors. In anticipation of this change, we have observed significant disposal by major investors, resulting in a notable decline in market capitalization over the past few days. As a matter of fact, the market lost over 2 trillion last week alone, largely on account of this panic sale. While taxation is essential for revenue generation, it is equally critical that fiscal measures do not inadvertently undermine investors' confidence or discourage long-term capital formation. The Senate Committee on Capital Market will be engaging the Honorable Minister of Finance so that we can suggest to the Minister to explore mechanisms to address this concern, ensuring that both domestic and foreign investors remain engaged and confident in the Nigerian market. We are aware that the act is supposed to commence, the new law is supposed to commence by the 1st of January 2026. But we are suggesting that there are some provisions of that act that requires the commencement to begin when the Honorable Minister of Finance advises the executive that this is when it's supposed to commence. I think this should be one of those things that should not commence by January 1, because it is right now affecting the market. A balanced approach here will sustain the momentum, protect market stability, and preserve the positive trajectory our market have achieved under current reforms. You will agree with me that Nigerians have lost confidence in Nigerian capital market over the years. It is right now that the confidence is coming back. So anything that will make Nigerians to lose confidence again has to be aborted right now, because Nigerians, an average Nigerian sitting in this hall, do not have confidence to invest in Nigerian capital market. Now, the last time when I was addressing the chartered bankers of Nigeria, I did mention that the central bank, that the issue of asking the bank to exit the forbearance on loans from the GENCOs and the DISCOs by June this year, or even any time this year, is not appropriate, in the sense that the recapitalization is ending by March next year. So why are you asking the banks to exit the forbearance of these loans now, whereas the recapitalization is still on? So I should advise that the central bank should also extend it to the end of March next year, because these are the things affecting the growth of the capital market, particularly in the banking sector. Now, SEC, a lot of powers have been given to you, but I'm not aware if SEC has been able to register any company right now to deal with the issue of cryptocurrency. I don't think so. And if SEC haven't done that several months after the ISA came into operation, then what are you waiting for? How do you monitor the growth of the crypto across the globe? Then what is the whole essence of talking about this reform if SEC have not been able to register some companies that will deal with the issues of crypto? Nigerians were losing a lot of money. You are aware that in terms of adoption, Nigeria is number 2 globally in terms of cryptocurrency in the world. So what are we waiting for? Well, on our part, apart from these reforms in the legislative vision, our vision goes beyond regulatory technicalities. It is a vision for capital market that truly drives inclusive economic growth by strengthening institutions, promoting investor confidence, and creating avenue for deeper market participation. We believe that the ISA 2025 is the right step in the right direction. And how are we going to achieve Mr. President's $1 trillion economy if the capital market is dwindling? The only way you can achieve it is to strengthen the capital market. It is worrisome that of over $4 billion registered companies in Nigeria, only about 150 are listed in Nigerian capital market. How? There are big companies, I don't want to mention names, that are not in the capital market. Why are they not in the capital market? Is there anything that they're hiding that they don't want Nigerians to know? And what is government doing to ensure that some of these companies are compelled, not by law, but by regulation, to get listed in the Nigerian capital market? Something has to happen. If not, how do you strengthen the capital market? Well, because I'm not going to stay long, I will try to round up by saying that as policymakers and regulators, market participants and collective risk is to implement these reforms effectively and to embrace the opportunities they present. The ISA 2025 is not just a legal instrument. It is a roadmap for building a capital market that is inclusive, resilient, and globally competitive. Right now, we are working with SEC and the Ministry of Finance to formally unveil the ISA 2025. We have not unveiled it. Nigerians do not even know some of the nitty-gritties that are contained in the ISA 2025. Because ISA 2025 is a brand new law that deals with these issues of investment in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing, let me once again thank Madam Nancy Ilo for her tireless effort in educating and engaging Nigerians on financial matters. Fora like this, combined with landmark legislation like the ISA 2025, will ensure that Nigerian capital market is not only a safe harbor for investors, but also a true driver of economic transformation. We want to thank her for this initiative, and we also thank some of the major actors that are here for coming. May God bless all of us.
Thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together for him. We appreciate you, distinguished Senator. We know that you will need to run very quickly. But before he leaves, we'll also need to just share some quick announcements and to inform us that the Chairman, Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, will be joining us to take issues on task. Distinguished Senator, just before you leave, we'll want to invite those in front for a group photograph, so we can do this quickly. We'll just do this. Photographers, can you advise us where's best? I think we can do it up here. We'll take this picture. We don't want anybody missing in this picture. Let me invite please, Dr. Abiodun, can you join us up here? You cannot be sitting there. Please join us, Dr. Abiodun. Let's have you. Honorable Commissioner of Information from Akwa Ibom State, can we have you join us, please? The Chief Investment Officer, I don't know if he's here, Dr. Abiodun Akombi. It's good to smile. Honorable Commissioner. If you smile, it will mean we are happy for this country. I'm sure Tokwe Fashiwa will agree that Nigeria is doing better than before. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. What does that? Thank you very much. Please, let's appreciate them. Let's clap for them, please. Well, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, someone just shared with me now how life has changed. And in the thoughts of Mr. Tokwe Fashiwa, Nigeria is doing better and we are going somewhere positive. But the challenge is that he said in those days, everyone wanted to have children. But nowadays, people are afraid of having children. In those days, children respected their parents. But nowadays, parents respect their children. In those days, we used to know all our neighbors. But nowadays, we are all strangers to our neighbors. Before now, villagers were flocking to the city to find jobs and money. But nowadays, city people are flocking to the village to find peace. In those days, everyone wanted to fast to look happy. But nowadays, everyone wants to be on diet to look healthy. In those days, people loved to study and read books. Nowadays, people love to update Facebook and to read WhatsApp messages. The last one that touched me was this. He said, in those days, rich people pretend to be poor, but nowadays, poor people pretend to be rich. Well, let me invite for the first goodwill message for this day and this conference, the leading broadcaster for Africa, the forerunner for Nigeria, and the station to beat anywhere in the shores of this country. They set the pace, and if for nothing else, they have the best of program for business, finance, and the stock market in Moneyline with Nancy. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the CEO of Dark Communications PLC, Dr. Marcel Ihebu Anyelechi, to do us the honors of a goodwill message. Please put your hands together for him. Please, can you clap for my employer?
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Akwa Ibom State, ably represented by my friend, the Honorable Commissioner for Information, my distinguished Senator, who had just left for other assignments, the representative of DG of SEC, our regulator, the representative of the CBN governor, other distinguished guests, they said to the president, the producer of Moneyline on AIT. I say you should always put Moneyline on AIT. Thank you. I welcome all of us to this important gathering. When Nancy came to my office to inform us about this event, I said, by the special grace of God, Dark Communications PLC will be fully represented. Nancy remains one of our great ambassadors. She's a face we're always proud of when it comes to broadcasting in this country. We are proud of you, and we pray God Almighty will continue to endow you with the wisdom. You have done a great job in, particularly in the area of financial literacy. And I can see an area of young stars here. That means they are desirous of keying into your vision. Congratulations. So, distinguished guests, it is indeed my pleasure to be here this morning and to bring you warm greetings from the board and management of Akwa Communications PLC, owners of your darling Rare Power, AIT, 5G FM for those of you in Lagos, and the brand new AIT News 24 channel. Let me take time first to commend and congratulate the convener once again, Ms. Nancy Nagy and her team for the vision behind this conference and for their consistency in using the Moneyline with Nancy on AIT to deepen financial literacy and economic discourse in Nigeria. Today's conversation around wealth, law, and protection is most timely and resonates deeply with the current realities of our nation's economic and social landscape, a testament to the perspectiveness of the Moneyline team to be forward-thinking. With the Investment and Securities Act 2025, the Nigerian Insurance Act, the tax law, and other laws that have been enacted that have come into effect, it is important that all of us, inclusive of policymakers and MSMEs, understand how these laws affect investment, transparency, and financial inclusion. For us in Akwa Communications PLC, we have always believed that information is empowerment, and that is why for over 3 decades, an integral part of our mission has been to enlighten, educate, and inspire the Nigerian people through balanced reporting and meaningful dialogue. Forums like this help to expand that mission beyond the newsroom by turning knowledge into opportunity and opportunity into prosperity. As partners in national development, we will continue to use our platforms to amplify conversations that promote economic awareness, responsible investment, conversations that promote and continue to inspire investment and consumer protection. Because when people are informed, they are empowered. And when they are empowered, the nation grows stronger. Once again, I congratulate the organizers and participants here seated. I want to believe that by the time you finish this discourse today, you would have been more empowered, more informed on areas you can make meaningful investment. She has stated the money Nigerians have lost in Ponzi schemes. I want to believe that at the end of this discussion, not just people seated here, because this conference being beamed live across the globe, Nigerians would have been informed of where and how to make and use investment opportunities that are around them. Once again, I thank you and congratulate the organizers for this giant site in financial literacy and inclusion. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you for leading and allowing others to copy what you're doing. Please, let's put our hands together for that communications. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next will be coming from the banking sector. And I just saw a friend of mine, Bankole, is at the back there. Bankole studied banking and finance, but he's not working in a bank now. He's selling power bank. Permit me to invite for a goodwill message one who is referred to, well, just in very plain terms. She's the group head of corporate banking Abuja at Alpha Morgan Capital Bank, a financial powerhouse known for its commitment to wealth creation, investment, innovation, and sustainable development. Madam Ezinne Nwokobia is representing the group managing director of Alpha Morgan Bank, Mr. Ade Braimo. Please put your hands together for her.
Distinguished guests, esteemed panelists, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is truly a privilege to stand before you today on behalf of the Group Managing Director, Mr. Ade Buraimo of Alpha Morgan Bank, to bring you our warmest greetings and goodwill at this year's Investment Forum 2025 themed Nigeria's New Financial Landscape, Reforms, Risk, and the Road to Wealth Creation. At Alpha Morgan Bank, we believe that progress begins with conversations like this. Conversations that challenge assumptions, expand understanding, and most importantly, build the bridge between policy, finance, and the people they serve. This forum is convened by the ever-passionate Moneyline with Nancy team at a time where our nation's financial landscape is being reshaped in unprecedented ways. We are witnessing very bold reforms, evolving regulations and digital disruptions, and renewed investor optimism, all signaling a new era of possibilities for the Nigerian economy. That is why gatherings like this are so significant. They remind us that we all have a stake in Nigeria's financial future. Whether you're a regulator shaping policy, a banker driving innovation, or an entrepreneur building from the ground up, every contribution matters. At Alpha Morgan Bank, we have always seen ourselves as partners in progress, partners who stand beside businesses, individuals, and communities that we serve. Our work is driven by one simple belief. When you empower people financially, you do not just build wealth, you build confidence, opportunity, and nationhood. Our group managing director often says that banking at its best is about trust. The trust that tomorrow will be better because we acted responsibly today. That sense of responsibility is what drives us to keep investing in innovation, building sustainable relationships, and supporting platforms like this that promote shared knowledge and open dialogue. We know that reforms come with risk, and that risk sometimes brings uncertainty. But we also know that within every period of change lies a chance for reinvention. Nigeria's story has always been one of resilience, of rising, of recalibrating, and reaching for new horizons. Forums like this helps us to reflect on how we can turn that resilience into long-term prosperity. I must commend the convener, Mrs. Nancy Ilo Nnaji, for her consistent dedication to creating spaces where these critical conversations can happen. Through Moneyline with Nancy, she has sustained a platform that continues to educate, inform, and inspire economic thoughts across sectors. Nancy, we celebrate your commitment and the impact you continue to make. We also acknowledge distinguished guests and experts who have gathered here today, policymakers, economists, regulators, and industry leaders. Each of you brings a wealth of experience that strengthens the fabric of our financial system. The diversity of voices represented here today is a proof that Nigeria's progress is not the work of one institution or one sector, but of many working together towards a shared vision. As we look at the road ahead, I want to leave us with this simple thought. The future of our economy will be shaped not only by policies and projections, but by partnerships, real intentional partnerships that combine expertise, empathy, and execution. At Alpha Morgan Bank, we remain committed to being part of that partnership, standing with those who build, supporting those who dream, and financing the ideas that will define Nigeria's tomorrow. On behalf of our Group Managing Director, Mr. Ade Buraimo, and the entire Alpha Morgan Bank family, I wish every participant a rewarding experience at this forum. May the insights shared here today ignite new thinking, fresh collaborations, and strategies that will translate into measurable impact for our economy. Thank you to the organizers for the invitation. Thank you to all the dignitaries for your time. And thank you to everyone who continues to believe in the Nigerian story. Together, we can create the kind of financial landscape that not only attracts investment, but sustains prosperity for generations to come. Once again, I bring you the warm goodwill and support of Alpha Morgan Bank. We are proud to stand with you and wish you a truly successful investment forum. Thank you, everyone, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for her as she represents her boss here. Thank you. Well, we may need to take a little detour and just very quickly take another. But before then, permit me to specially appreciate and welcome the President of the Capital Market Academics Association of Nigeria. Let's appreciate Professor Uche Uwaleke. Please put your hands together for him. The foremost, in fact, I can confidently say first, professor of the capital market. Thank you very much, sir, for, in Nigeria, the first in Nigeria. Please put your hands together for him. I'm sure Dr. Fashwa will also talk about you someday as it goes around the world. Thank you very much, sir. But distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will still take a few goodwill messages, but at this time, we will need to especially go to our keynote speaker. While we are hoping to do that, I'll also want to specially appreciate the entire team from Akwa Ibom State. Please, can we put our hands together for them?
Yeah, thank you so very much, Mr. MC, the chairman of the Senate Committee on Capital Markets, my brother and friend, the distinguished Senator Osita Ismail, who left not long ago. He has another engagement, he said. He needed to quickly leave. Presidential Advisor on Economic Matters, Dr. Tokwe, representative of the Governor of the Central Bank, Chief Executive of Financial Institutions, Development, Finance, and so on. Let me very specially acknowledge the producer and presenter of Moneyline on AIT, my sister, Nancy Ilo Nnaji, for putting this together. And I want to say here that we are standing here, or I am standing here, and we are here as a team to represent His Excellency, the Governor of Akwa Ibom State, Pastor Umo Eno, PhD, who was invited here to deliver a keynote address at this forum. I am not here alone. My name is Anie Khan Umana, Commissioner for Information, Akwa Ibom State, and former member of the House of Representatives. I am here with the Managing Director of the Akwa Ibom State Investment Corporation, Pastor Imabasi Jacob, who is seated right there. And we are here as a delegation to represent His Excellency. His Excellency the Governor had given us a written keynote address, which I will present to this August Assembly. Well, before then, there's one joke that I read somewhere that said an investor once asked, what is our biggest asset in Nigeria? And I heard someone say that our asset remains our resilience and the jollof that keeps us going all the time. So we are happy, we are resilient, no matter the situation, we just have to keep being happy and hopeful, especially in this renewed hope era. Keynote address by His Excellency Pastor Umo Eno, PhD, Governor of Akwa Ibom Center, Abuja, Tuesday, November 12, 2025. Let me begin by appreciating the organizers of this important forum and the producers of Moneyline with Nancy on AIT, ably anchored by Mrs. Nancy Ilo Nnaji, for inviting me to deliver this keynote address. For over a decade, Moneyline has remained one of Nigeria's most respected platforms for economic and financial education, investment awareness, and policy engagement. The theme of this forum, Nigeria's new financial landscape, reforms, risk, and the road to wealth creation, is both apt and timely given the urgent need for better understanding of the economic reforms taking place in our nation at the moment. It is therefore an honor to be part of this national conversation, interrogating Nigeria's financial reforms and pathways to sustainable wealth creation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria today stands at a defining moment. The introduction of bold fiscal and financial reforms, such as the Investment and Securities Act 2025, the Insurance Industry Reform Act 2025, the new tax laws, and most notably the deregulation of the electricity market, marks a decisive shift in our national economic trajectory. I wish to commend the federal government under the leadership of His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for his courageous steps towards liberalizing the power sector. It is even more that we will deepen competition, promote efficiency, and expand access to energy across our country. In Akwa Ibom State, we have already commenced the process of taking ownership of our power sector, laying the groundwork that will enable us to generate, transmit, and distribute electricity within the state. It is through such deeper unbundling that subnational governments can truly serve the interests of the people, attract private capital, and accelerate industrialization. That is precisely what we are doing in Akwa Ibom State through the Arise agenda, our development compass designed from day one of this administration to transform our state into an investment destination of choice. The Arise Agenda embodies 5 aspirations, that is agricultural revolution, rural development, infrastructure maintenance and advancement, security management, and educational and economic advancement. Together, these pillars drive a single vision to build Akwa Ibom as a destination of choice for investors and tourists and residents alike from a subnational, and it forms an integral part of the Nigerian conversation. Our goal is to create an economy that welcomes the free movement of goods and services, people and capital. We are building an ecosystem where business is easy, government is transparent, and growth is inclusive. Through deliberate planning, we have strengthened our connectivity to the national and international markets by air, by land, and by sea, creating gateways through which trade, investment, and tourism can flow. Akwa Ibom, and you will agree with me, is the first subnational government in Nigeria to have developed and own and operate a successful airline, that is Ibom Air, that is now rated as the most preferred airline in the country and represents our bold vision to connect the states to markets and opportunities within and outside the country. Around it, we are developing a full aviation ecosystem, a smart international terminal, a maintenance, repair, and overhaul facility, that's an MRO facility, a complete aviation village, and then positioning the state as a regional aviation hub and a major gateway to the Gulf of Guinea. We are also expanding intercity road networks from the road part of the access that we earlier said, that in about 2 years of an administration, we have already invested in 960 kilometers of roads in the 31 local government areas of the state. And right now, we are delivering 50 CNG-powered city buses to promote clean, affordable, and efficient transportation, while planning towards a light rail system to enhance urban transportation. And we want to make a bold step in this direction as a subnational. By sea, we are advancing both the Ibom Deep Seaport and Ibom Industrial City initiative as key drivers of our evolving blue economy framework. These projects will unlock the maritime potentials of our state, create thousands of jobs, and integrate Akwa Ibom into global trade routes. In addition, we are at the moment developing inland maritime infrastructure and acquiring modern ferries to open up the safe and affordable water transportation along the maritime and coastal riverine communities and corridors, particularly in the Oron area, for those who know that area. Very huge maritime infrastructure, and then a seaboard and shoreline protection going on, and of course jetties, both commercial and JTF jetties are nearing completion to boost the water transportation that will run between Akwa Ibom, Cross River rivers, and other maritime environment within that community. This initiative supports commerce, mobility, and economic diversification through logistics, shipping, and port services. Complementing these gateways are 6 designated economic zones strategically created to decentralize industry and attract investors. That is the Liberty Oil and Gas Free Trade Zone, Ibom Industrial City, Itam Industrial Park, Ikotokbene International Market, Ibom Solution Hub, and the Kwaibo Export Hub. All of them are existing at the moment as we speak. These zones provide infrastructure, power, incentive, regulatory support designed to make doing business in Akwa Ibom seamless and rewarding. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to further attract investors to the state, the State Investment Corporation and its investment portfolio offers comprehensive suite of investment incentives. The Liberty Oil and Gas Free Zone that I didn't mention earlier offers significant benefits, including tax holidays, duty-free imports, machinery and equipment, and streamlined regulatory processes. The Akwa Ibom state government provides land lease options through the Akwa GIS, conducive and secure environment, reduced administrative burdens, and strong institutional support. The State Investment Corporation, AKICOP, whom the MD is seated right there, serves as one-stop investment facilitation agency, offering project identification, business advisory service, and regulatory assistance. We have also streamlined business registration, reduced bureaucracy, and enhanced ease of doing business by aligning all of this with the national tax reforms and leveraging the digital systems that's existing between the federal and the state government for transparency. In Akwa Ibom today, we have built a safe haven for investors. So we urge you to feel free to come to Akwa Ibom State, live with us, engage in what we do, going by what we are listening to, or we will be listening today in this forum. And of course, appreciate the tourism potentials and development that we have brought forth in the state. One of the biggest I will announce to you is what we call the Arise Palm Resort. For those interested in investing in tourism, that is a huge, over 70 hectares of gullies of despair transformed into a complete tourism facility, sitting in the city of Uyo with a complete golf course, with lazy rivers, with apartments, banqueting facilities, and so on, opening in December by the grace of God. There's so much going on. As I begin to wind down, there's so much going on in agricultural development, and there's huge incentive and opportunities available in this area. Human capital development is also one key area that administration is very keen on, developing human capital through the Ibom-led and the Dakada Skill Acquisition Center to grow human capital development at the basement and empowering citizens to take ownership of the things they want to do, both by way of knowledge and finance. As we navigate this new financial landscape, subnational governments have a critical role to play. Wealth creation, which is a major part of the discussions today, must no longer be an exclusive responsibility of the federal government. States must drive productivity, innovation, and local enterprise. And I'm sure this will be of interest in today's conversation. I've seen those from the development banks and other industry players shaking their heads, and I think this is important. We must also be mindful of the risk that accompany reforms. Market volatility, inflationary pressures, and global uncertainties. Yet, within this risk lies opportunities to reinvent governance, promote inclusive growth, and leverage technology to deepen financial inclusion for the people and businesses. The task before us is to transform. The task before us is to transform reforms into results and policies into prosperity. Akwa Ibom stands today as a proof that growth and development are possible when vision meets discipline and when governance serves the people rather than political expediency. We remain committed to transparency, accountability, and peace, the three currencies that attract sustainable investment. Ladies and gentlemen, connect the dots from what we have said to you this afternoon, and you will see that Akwa Ibom State is really and truly the destination whose time has come that Nigeria needs to take and grab at this moment. Let me conclude by commending Moneyline for its consistency in promoting financial literacy and investment education. Let me particularly commend Nancy for the work she's done in the many years that she's sustained this program on the platform of AIT and other forums like this one. The stage is set for the journey to an investment destination. Come, live, invest in Akwa Ibom. It is my hope that the insights shared today will further inspire collaboration between governments and the private sector in building a resilient, inclusive, and a prosperous Nigeria. I thank you for your kind attention, and may God bless us all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Please, another round of applause for the Honorable Commissioner. Honorable Commissioner for Information in Akwa Ibom State, he stands as an articulate voice of the governor, and he says, anywhere the governor sends me, I will go. He's a seasoned communicator and former federal legislator. He now champions a modern, transparent, and people-focused information system in the state under the governor's Arise agenda. Thank you very much, sir, for doing a good job. Thank you so much. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, coming up next is another. Now, this time we are taking one whose journey is filled with lectures, late-night essays, and spirited debates. He is now, more than before, the special advisor on economic affairs to the president, Dr. Tokpe Fashua. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up to speak.
I don't know where Ben 200 saw late night debates. When I'm sleeping, he's seeing debates. Anyway, thank you very much, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to, like we say in government, to rest on existing already established protocol, but that's not without acknowledging the presence of the representative of the governor of Akwa Ibom State, the Dakada State. That means arise, eh? Okay, you're very welcome. Also, representatives from Central Bank of Nigeria, Mrs. Olatinwo, Dr. Olatinwo, Mr. Johnson Chukwu, one of our erudite bankers in this country, who's always showing support for intellectual causes, representative from SEC, from Alpha Morgan, from my friend Professor Nana from DBN, also Professor Waleke, a tireless intellectual gentleman who is everywhere you turn, always adding value. And I want to also, recognize Dr. Iwundu, one of the up-and-coming gentlemen, entire people from the Akwa Ibom axis. Also Dr. Hussein, you're highly welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to also congratulate, because this is just a goodwill speech. I've been a bit frazzled because I would have wanted to leave a bit earlier, but Madam Nancy held me down. I want to say that actually I'm also part of Madam Nancy's success, because when she just came to this town and she was green, she didn't know anywhere, I tried to assist then. And also she has been very instrumental to my growth, because she would invite me a lot of times to our show, but I also gave you a number of people to call, my friend. She didn't know anybody. I would write different people. I say, pull this person in, call this person. And of course, we grew together. I also got a lot more confident in going to the press. I'll say I really never used to stutter. I never stuttered. I'm not one of those. I've always been confident from where I'm coming from, but I got more confident going on Nancy's show. A lot of people still see me today, and even though I haven't been on a show for a while, they say, oh, I used to see you on Nancy's show. Those are the people that are calling you auntie and mommy, you know? Those who are still in primary school watching you on AIT and wondering which day they can be like you. So you'll be shocked how many people you have mentored. In fact, most of them, they haven't seen you yet. So you've done a good job. And of course, you also have grown in transiting yourself from being someone who, maybe, I don't even know, maybe you did some broadcasting, newscasting, reporting, and all of that. But beyond also hosting your show, you have mounted a platform where you can have intellectual discussions. And I think you've done this for several years. You didn't mention how many times you've done this. This is about the 5th time or something. I think I've been to 2 or 3 of them. Okay, so it's great to be here at this investment forum. A lot of things will be said today and a lot of discussions will be had. We've already started seeing some of the salvos. For example, the speech by Senator Isuna Azo, who's also the chairman of the Capital Market Committee in the Senate. And he has thrown a challenge to SEC around the issue of cryptocurrency to say, you guys have to, let's move ahead with this licensing of several institutions trying to come in. I'm a little bit still squeamish around the issue of cryptocurrency, I dare say, but perhaps it has become a fait accompli, especially since countries like United States have started having it officially as part of their portfolio. That is actually one of the things that makes me begin to think about cryptocurrency in a different way, to say, wow, maybe this thing has come to stay. I know that the central banks will not actually, they are watching cryptocurrency with one eye, because when you talk about cryptocurrency, you're talking about decentralized banking. And what they're doing is they're coming after central banks. That's what they say. So central banks too will not allow them. That's why Nigeria at some point was one of the first countries that came up with what they call the CBDC, our e-Naira. It's still potent. One day, maybe we'll go back there and say, you know what do we do with this platform? How can we make it strong? After all, a few countries are doing that. So we're going to be learning a lot today. I'm afraid I'll have to leave after this point, or if I'm able to come back, perhaps be able to do that, because the theme of this discussion is very apposite. We're talking about financial landscape, whether the global financial landscape and the Nigerian financial landscape. We are understanding that the Nigerian financial landscape is a subset of the global financial landscape. So let's be looking at, in fact, the same IMF and World Bank meeting that Nancy was, I also was there. And there was one of the events that we had where I threw a challenge to the MD of IMF, also Lagarde, who was former MD, also the president of Singapore was there, and a few other people, to say, you know what, guys, where's the next financial crisis going to come from? Of course, they dodged the bullet. Nobody took a position. But, you know, we've been looking at the issue of global debt, the issue of cryptocurrency, perhaps, you know, maybe between those two. Commodities, maybe not. But usually we have this scenario where the world goes through these cycles. After a period of stability comes some instability and in and out like that. Maybe you guys will be discussing that in the panel today. What is the global financial landscape looking like? I must also say that in that very event as well, that the same thing that actually affected the global financial landscape and financial market in 2008 to 2011, which is securitization, is coming back. In fact, it's back now with a bang. There are many securitization transactions they are now doing now on the global scale. But apart from that, one of the other things that's also going on, fintech has happened to the global financial landscape. Cryptocurrency, fintech, if you like, you know, a lot more technology coming into place. We know what some of the neobanks, what they call neobanks, they're not quite the banks, but they are playing some role. Some of them, like the OPays, the money points of this country, some of them are also going into the region beyond Nigeria. So a lot is happening on that score. So without wasting your time, what are the reforms and the risks towards wealth creation? We know what the reforms of government has been. The reforms have been momentous and painful in part, but they've also opened new opportunities. In fact, there's a report today on Bloomberg talking about Nigeria's real estate boom, luxury real estate boom. And somebody shared it on a platform that I belong to this morning. And I said, what, but Ebing Power? You know, so in the middle of Ebing Power, we're still having a real estate boom. So Nigeria's economy is a very interesting economy. In the middle of Ebing Power, we're having, we're having a luxury real estate boom in this country. It's incredible. So what I urge is this. You know, when people complain about the reforms and the effect, especially on poverty, I will not put you guys under pressure because you're a very nice group of people who have come together for Nancy today. But I usually will test the crowd and actually say, you know what, swear that you are not making more money today than you were 3 years ago. Swear that if you are lying, the money will disappear. Very few people will agree. Now, whereas I'm not asking you about the dollar equivalent of what you are making, I'm aware that most people are making more money today. Most. Why? Because even Nancy, if she was going to advertise a product or a show 3 years ago, today now she'll be doing maybe about 200 or 300% more. AIT will be asking more, 300% more for advertisement than they were. And of course, that has also started to trickle down to staff. And where we see scenarios where sometimes entrepreneurs can take advantage of staff, and because they can't argue, they're not unionized, we say, please step up and let us know so that we can intervene. So essentially speaking, That's it. No reform that will not have challenges, but we're already beginning to see the gains of the reforms of government in reducing inflation, increasing growth, strengthening Naira, and what have you. And we hope to be able to continue that, because the intent of government is that Nigerians would have a much better standard of living than before. After the gains come the pain, and I think that the worst is over. Okay, so I generally want to wish you a very happy deliberations in this event today. I wish you a very fantastic intellectual deliberation, and I want us to begin to think about discussions and deliberations that will move the needle, not just nice talk, things that will move the needle, that by the time you're coming out with recommendations that will be out of the box, outside the box, even without any box at all, that can begin to get us as a people to think more positively and move ahead in this country. On this note, I want to wish you a great time here, and God bless you all, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for Dr. Tokwe Fashua. Somebody had challenged me once that people who are not very qualified to be accountants call themselves economists. But in Tokwe Fashua, we find both a very successful accountant and a bold economist. Please put your hands together for him. He doesn't only count numbers, he also makes numbers count for the people. So today we have seen him, a thinker turned doer, and he chose for us as a nation. He says Nigeria's solution must be homegrown. Thank you very much, Tokwe, for that. We know you, and we know that you know our people. Please put your hands together some more for him. So, ladies and gentlemen, up next we'll take another message, and this time we'll be going also into the bank. As the presidential advisor moving with the entourage. Clap for him, please. When I grow up, I would like to advise a president. So, distinguished guests, for another goodwill message is one who I feel sees that he works at EBN, but here he leads research, monitoring, evaluation, and sustainability efforts with rich background in U.S. banking, manufacturing, and academics. He brings global experience to local development. He's guiding the mission, financing sustainable growth, ensuring that access to finance drives real sector expansion. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this man also works to ensure MSME's development and long-term economic resilience. Under his leadership, he has set ambitious targets for supporting entrepreneurs and fostering inclusive, diversified economic growth. Shall we therefore welcome the one who is representing the Managing Director for Development Bank of Nigeria, is also a team lead, the Chief Economist, Professor Joseph Nana. Please put your hands together for him. Can we clap for him, please, as he comes up?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. I am Professor Joseph Nana. I serve as the Chief Economist at the Development Bank of Nigeria. I am here to give a goodwill message on behalf of my principal, Dr. Tony Okmanachi, who serves as the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer. You see, this forum, in my view, comes at a serendipitous moment. We are going through a financial reformation. We are going through a structural adjustment program. We are going through an evolution in the reforms that are actually supposed to bring meaningful change and inclusive development to the Nigerian economy. The financial landscape as we know it is currently going through a revolution. Through the banking recapitalization exercise, which will terminate March 2026, to, of course, we know the tax reforms that will take effect, all things being equal, January 1st, 2026. Nancy Naji has done a phenomenal work over the years in trying as much as possible to be an advocate for financial literacy, to be a proponent, to support ensuring Nigerians broadly, especially the youth, have a unique first-hand understanding of financial literacy. And for that, Nancy, I congratulate you. The Development Bank of Nigeria supports this initiative because indeed we are promoting inclusive growth and development throughout the country. You see, the DBN stands at a time where micro, small, and medium enterprises are more or less left out. They are perceived as high risk, so as a result of that, the DBN comes in to support banks for further unlending to MSMEs. As a result of this now, we sincerely believe that these types of forums, these types of engagements, not only deepens our understanding of what's happening in the economy, but also brings practical solutions for you and I to actually digest and actually put to use. As Nancy earlier alluded to, this shouldn't just be a talk shop. In my humble view, what we should be doing here is asking concrete questions to the intellectuals, the experts who will come up here to speak and unpack what is real and what is fiction. To be sure, what matters to me here and what matters to all of us here is not just to compete amongst ourselves, is to actually collaborate. Get the information, put it to use for your personal use, for your business use, and grow together. Without beating around the bush too much, this is a goodwill message. Nancy, you are a phenomenal woman. You have done some considerable work in this era. So I congratulate you, congratulate your program, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much. That's very heartwarming to speak about Nancy in those glowing words. May I especially welcome the Vice President, Agriculture, of the Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Nigeria, Olashotimi Bode Thompson. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Next, we'll focus on the screen as we take a very, very profound goodwill message from the Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission, Dr. Emomotimi Agema. Please put your hands together as we focus on the screen for that very good message.
My name is Dr. Emomotimi Agema, Director General of Securities and Exchange Commission of Nigeria. First, I must apologize for my absence. It is due to very, very important national assignments that have to be off. Otherwise, attending this conference, workshop, would have been a very important thing for me to do, given the antecedents of Nancy on Moneyline, Nigeria. However, it is important to state clearly, we encourage Nigerians to listen and to participate in this workshop in order for them to have knowledge about the market. Knowledge about the market is fundamental and important for wealth creation and indeed to protect investors from unscrupulous elements. Ponzi schemes are a very, very debilitating aspect of our financial system. When it's indeed too good to be true, it certainly is not true. The tendency of people to be gullible, to be extracted into Ponzi schemes, has become rife in an age where people want to make money fast. And that is why, for us, running a program that speaks to education, knowledge, and the avoidance of Ponzi schemes is a very, very important ingredient in the development of our financial ecosystem. In order for us as citizens to be more educated, ever ready, and of course, knowledgeable on things that we finally become scams. At the SEC, we want to encourage you to avoid scams. We want to encourage you to ask questions. I want to encourage you to invest properly in the Nigerian capital market. As you continue this workshop and believe in strongly that this is the first of many to come, we want to assure you of our continuous partnership and encouragement in building a robust financial system that has good financial education. Once again, congratulations on your efforts, and I wish all the very best in this workshop.
Well, while we take that as a very important one, there is also a very important group that we must appreciate. And of course, that is the Capital Market Academics Association of Nigeria. They have done well to help bridge academics and industry. They have also done well in promoting research and scholarship. They have done greatly in enhancing market education and literacy. And they are partners with the University of Nancy on national information, policy, and economic growth. She's also helping to mobilize and channel resources. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in fact, in short, the ACMAN is not just the teachers club, it is a strategic link in Nigeria's financial ecosystem. They help to link, they help to ensure that capital market works smarter and more inclusive, and we appreciate them for doing great. Please put your hands together for them. The members are here. We have of course, the president, Professor Uche Uwaleke, with us here. I'll bring him up and ask him to come and invite his vice president here. Please put your hands together for him. Nigeria's first professor of the capital market. You are clapping for him as if it's Naira and Kobo.
Thank you so much, MC. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, just as you heard, my name is Uche Uwaleke, and I am widely celebrated as Nigeria's first professor of capital market, but I want to seize the opportunity, Nancy, to say that I actually have a mentor. There is somebody that was there before me, Professor Bob Osazi, University of Benin, became a professor in the 90s, and his area is also the capital market. So I give him that credit as laying the foundation. Now, having said that, I must say I'm very delighted to be here. I'm here with the Vice President of Capital Market Academics of Nigeria, and he's going to actually give our goodwill message. But before then, let me also say that I have the privilege of advising the Senate Committee on Capital Market and also the Senate Committee on Banking. As a matter of fact, this morning, I was at the National Assembly for the public hearing because talking about financial, changing financial landscape, a lot is actually happening. We have, of course, we are aware of the tax reforms. We are also aware with respect to the capital market of the Investment and Securities Act of 2025. And we still have a lot more going on. Today, as I talk to you, in fact, it's still ongoing. The Nexim Bank Act Amendment Bill is ongoing. That's what where I'm just coming from, because I made a presentation. And as you know, Nexim Banks was established in 1991 with a capital base of just 500 million. And over time, it was increased to 50 billion. And we know 50 billion naira today is nothing for a credit, an export credit agency. So what I proposed at the National Assembly today is for an increase in the capital base of Nexim Bank from 50 billion to 1 trillion. Okay, that was the presentation made by the Capital Market Academies of Nigeria. The same with the NICOM Act. It's also been, National Assembly is also currently, looking at the, the amendment. So a lot is happening in the financial space. And before I invite my VP, let me say something briefly on this wealth creation. When you talk about wealth creation, the capital market is the right, vehicle, for it. So today you might say, particularly in the last 1 week, we know what has happened in the last 1 week. The market is bleeding, more or less. And some people have also attributed that bleeding, that hemorrhage, to the reforms, that are ongoing. Today, year-to-date return has dropped to as low as 37%. Yesterday, the market lost, for the first time in many months, over 4 trillion naira. But again, what's important is that the market is still, resilient. When you see share prices falling, okay, your concern should be the company. You look at the company. Is the company doing well? You take Zenith Bank, for example. You look at the results they released. Once a company's fundamentals are strong, even when the share prices are going down, okay, you don't have to panic. And my happiness today is that our market is dominated by domestic investors. The people that are actually selling and exiting are foreign investors. And the percentage of foreign investors, is not significant compared to, the pre-COVID days. So what I'm saying is that our market is still resilient. The market will rebound, and the confidence in this market should still be there. So capital market remains a veritable avenue for wealth creation. May I now, at this point, invite the Vice President of Seaman for our own brief goodwill message. Dr. Hussaini Mohammed, please. Dr. Hussaini Mohammed, former director, NDIC, director in SEC, and former board member of Securities and Exchange Commission.
Why don't you just continue that? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me, before I continue, 2 issues here. 2 weeks ago, I was in Jos as an examiner for Kuru in Jos. And Nancy, the importance of your subject, you yourself, you may not know, but I want you to stand up and everybody clap for you. Because at NIPS in Jos, the paper we were examining, about 4 or 5 MNI students, they were talking about you and the importance of Moneyline that you have created over the years. So we say thank you and congratulations for that. Thank you very much. Secondly, Bobo Saze, that my chairman said, he was my supervisor at the university at PhD level in University of Benin many, many decades ago. So we say, thank you. He was a great man. I am presenting a goodwill message for CMAN, Capital Market Association, of which, again, Nancy herself is part and parcel of all. So we say, again, thank you very much. Now, representatives of Akwa Ibom Governor, represented by Commissioner for Finance and his team, good afternoon, sirs. Captains of industry, other dignitaries here present, the convener of this important topical subject, Mrs. Nancy Ilo. Good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Special greetings to you all from Capital Market Academic of Nigeria, CMAN. On behalf of the President and Chairman of CMAN, Professor Uche Uwaleke. In fact, we don't call him professor again, we call him professor of practice, because he's been everywhere and he's done a lot. And he appears that he's never tired whenever he's doing things. So we say, thank you alone. So Capital Market of Nigeria, CMAN, on behalf of the President and the Chairman, Professor Uche again Owaleke, our special goodwill message goes to Ms. Nancy Ilo, the convener of this occasion, who has proved herself over the years in the financial reportage and presentation of Moneyline. Nancy Ilo is our Richard Quist of CNN. So we thank you again very much. Nancy is also a member of Capital Market Academic of Nigeria. On behalf of all of us in CMAN, we congratulate Nancy and wish her the best in her endeavors. Thank you all, and thank you very much, everybody. Good afternoon.
Please, let's put our hands together for her, for him. Thank you very much. And for Nancy, we didn't know that you are in the capital market. Well, Prof. All right, Prof says you are qualified, so we'll put you in that group. We'll bring you to, I already see you as Vice Chancellor for the Nancy University, so start preparing your documents. Please put your hands together for her. We should have a University of the Capital Market, and you can champion it with this class of people working with you. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, we want to start off. Remember, we are talking about how to make money. Only recently I went to one of the states, and I don't want to mention because the apart people are here. We were doing an empowerment program, and one of the students came there and was really sweating. I said, what's the problem? That he has tried Yahoo without success, so they told him to go and meet one very big native doctor. By the time he went there, he was waiting for 4 hours. Later on, when the PA to the native doctor told him, he said, Oga, where is the native doctor? They said the native doctor has gone to the state capital for the state empowerment program. He had to come there to join us. He said, if the native doctor he went to meet for money has come for empowerment, what is the point doing juju or Yahoo? He thinks government it is. And I'm sure some people are here who probably have tried spiritual things, it didn't work. You need Nancy's help to tell you how to make money. Please put your hands together for her. So the first of our speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, will be talking about bridging the gap, financial inclusion, consumer protection, and the future of banking access. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Director, Consumer Protection and Financial Inclusion at the Central Bank of Nigeria, Dr. Aisha Isa Olatimu. Please put your hands together for us. She comes up to take her paper.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to stand on the established protocol. I will say again, congratulations to my sister. Like everyone else, my first contact with her was watching her on the Moneyline. And I must say, I'm so proud of her. Discussion is very intuitive. At the Central Bank, we appreciate your strong partnership. She tells us as is, so be rest assured that special greetings from the Central Bank of Nigeria and all of us at the Central Bank. So on the matter to be discussed today, which is the major topic, is bridging the gap, financial inclusion, consumer protection, and future of banking access. Please permit me to recognize my professor. Today, I am who I am today because of his encouragement. He handheld me from my master's degree up to the PhD level. Good afternoon, Dr. Uwalike. Professor Uwalike, please forgive me, sir, and other dignitaries here. So while I go straight into the presentation, I will just explain the detail of where we are, how we started, and our focus. And thereafter, we can have real engagement, as in open question, real reality, that will help us take on some recommendations to reality. First, I would like to let you know that financial inclusion, as we all know, is a critical policy objective for any developing economy, including Nigeria. He aims to provide affordable financial services to all citizens, fostering economic growth and reducing poverty. Despite the progress made so far, I will say the gap still remains, and majorly for women, youth, and businesses which we call informal businesses. We also have gaps in rural areas and also some part of the northern region. The National Financial Inclusion Strategy belongs to the federal government of Nigeria, but the central bank serves as the core secretariat. We help to guide our implementation targets and also how to ensure that the financial touch point are brought to ordinary person, no matter where you find yourself. And the major target for us include payments, savings, credit, insurance, and pension, which is the reason why you see that we work across the regulatory sector. So the goal for the financial inclusion as set by the strategy was that we should have 95% of adult inclusion by end of 2025. While we wait for the survey to tell us our achievements as we speak, but I'm very sure if I ask everyone in this room who hasn't got a wallet or a core bank account, I'm sure I will get a no answer. But if there is a yes, please let us know. Is there anyone without a banking or a wallet or a core bank account? So clearly you will agree with me that to some extent we have achieved our 95% inclusion, and so we are moving beyond financial inclusion to economic inclusion, which is why the investment forum for today will set a very tangible platform on how we can achieve economic inclusion. So due to the extension of, without boring you with our figure, like I said, we started with 46% inclusion in 2010 when the country, at the Maya Declaration, committed to joining other developing economy to ensure that we have and include all our people who are either on the banked or not banked at all. So the major key achievement, like I said, and the focus for us now is how to ensure that we cover the gap which we observe in female gender. Women are still less included, or we haven't met the target that we set for ourselves. We also were looking on how to bring in MSME more. You will agree with me that during the earlier presentation, figures were given as to the numbers of registered companies and how many had they listed on the stock exchange. So we are also very concerned about bringing in our youth. Today, the legal definition of who can be included or have a bank account starts with age 18 years, and we're working out policy to see how we can capture students and ensure that banks provide the right type of accounts for them. At the urban level, like I said, urban population are fully included. I doubt if you call anyone to work for you or you want to transfer money or make payment to anyone without getting a wallet number or a bank account. But the major gaps still remain in the rural areas. I'm trying to keep within my limit, so I'm looking at key slides that speaks to what we're talking today. So at the central bank, having recognized the importance of bringing people into the financial system, we became very conscious of the need to provide the necessary support, which is the reason why earlier in the year, the Financial Inclusion Division was merged with the Consumer Protection Department This is to ensure that consumers are provided with a platform that builds trust and confidence, which is the aim of banking. I always refer to banking as you put your money in a bank, not because you love the color or you love the signage, but because you know there is a CBN or the other regulators that are watching and to ensure that your money or investment is adequately covered or guaranteed. And so to prevent exploitation, promote fair treatment, and enhance oversight, key pillars, which are the key pillars of financial inclusion, the consumer protection and the financial inclusion now stay or are fused together under the same department. And the next major focus for the department is financial literacy, because it's not enough to bring you into the system and leave you without a power to choose what product or services is important or is right for you to choose. And let me say, financial literacy extends beyond just consumers of banks. Even the participating institution must be well informed of how to roll out products, what segment needs that product, and also how to ensure that even during the stage of ideation or development of product, consumers are involved so that you know the pain point and actually deliver what they need. So the importance of building trust and confidence, it's very paramount to us at the central bank. And like I mentioned, is to ensure that customers are not exploited. There are fair pricing. You get your money when you need them, and where you feel unduly or unfairly treated, you have avenue for escalation. And the first avenue for escalation is to report to your financial institutions. But where you still feel unsatisfied, we have provided several avenues where you can reach the Central Bank of Nigeria. So financial inclusion is very important for the nation. And as the Secretariat to the CBN, we have also provided the Customer Complaint Management System, which is a technology where when you feel you are not satisfied with the resolution or treatment that you get with your banks, you can always use that system to reach the central bank. But we are very conscious that not everyone has a smartphone or on internet. So we're working with the industry to have what we call the Unified Central Tracking System. And that can use multiple channels to reach us, which include the USSD channel. The USSD channel can work on the future phone. So we're doing all of this to encourage innovation, foster stable and trustworthy financial environments. We're also working with our other regulatory bodies, like I said, the SEC, pension, that's the NICOM, NDIC, to ensure that all deposits are properly secured, products are approved before they are rolled out, and consumers are educated on how to protect their financial details or where to seek redress where they feel unsatisfied. So I will say thank you again, my sister, for giving us this platform to come showcase what we do at the CBN. I'm sure people see the big building and think it is not accessible. Rest assured that you don't have to come in person. You can reach us across our 37 branches. The CBN has a location in each of the states of the Federation. We are also working with the industry to create a central QR code where you don't, without leaving your comfort zone, you can reach your bank or you can reach the central bank to make your complaint or to even give suggestion on how to move our banking system forward. Thank you for your time and thank you for listening.
Please put your hands together for her. Thank you very much. With what you have said, I think I want to open an account with CBN. Please, if there are questions questions, can you just signify so we take questions? Questions quickly. We have one there. We have two. Okay, just two people. Can we give a lady a chance? We have a lady, three. Okay. Up. Ah, sorry, the gallery people. We have three here and one up. Okay, there are three here. There's one here. We don't have a mic in the audience. Where's number one? Okay, you just say your name and answer.
My name is Bethel Unebu. My name is Bethel Unebu. My question is, what are the various channels for customer bank resolution that we can explore?
In times of crisis, ma'am, you just write them down. We'll take all. Number two. Number two. Okay. I don't think it was you. Somewhere here.
Good afternoon, everybody. I want to appreciate the CBN for all they are doing. My question comes from an experience. December last year, 22nd to be precise, I was traveling and knowing fully well that the non-banking bank like the Moneypoint and the OP are licensed to operate. I made an attempt to purchase a yam. I set of yam on my way to Enugu State, and I actually transferred money to the owner with the terminal, that POS. So along the line, we couldn't agree on the price, and I said, okay, send my money back to me. She is an illiterate. She doesn't know how to check whether the money has been sent or not. And she said the money has been sent to me, which was not up to today. I filed a complaint through digital system. Of course, Moneypoint don't exist as in the normal banking system. We can go to bank and until today that money is hanging there, not refunded. The owner don't even know whether the money is there with her or not. In such condition, how do we retrieve our money using the digital platform created? Thank you.
All right, we have one person here and then one person up.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gloria Chinonyelo Monyakazi. I want to thank the CBN woman, Mrs. Aisha, for coming to this program to enlighten us so much, because we are here to hear from people like you to tell us some of the programs you people have for us, because our banks are not really telling us anything. So we need more of information from CBN, because the CBN is the mother of the banks. So the information you are floating now, so many of us being the consumers are not really aware of it, the channel of making complaints through the CBN. Because when you get to some of our banks, you see them telling you a different thing. You see them be acting as if they are in alliance with those corporates, those scammers or something like that. They are not really giving us assurance. At a point, you will just drop out because you don't know what to do. So please, I would like you to tell us those various avenue or mediums that we can communicate to CBN directly. Thank you, my God bless you.
Thank you. Here we have been able to relocate the person from the gallery. He has a seat in the main audience.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, CBN, for... My name is Mr. Chukwu, Michael Chukwu. Oftentimes you make a transaction with the bank, And or sometimes also, you have a certain deduction from your bank, from your account, and you will go to bank for clarification, and you will not be able to get anything reasonable from them. And after sometimes you get tired of that, and that ends it. And also I have had an experience where somebody accessed my account and they deducted money, and when I got to the bank, I was told that it was somebody that used my access PIN to access my account. And after several efforts, it proved abortive. Now, on such condition, what will I do, and what will be the role of CBN, and how can I access the channels I can access CBN quickly to intervene and address situation of that kind? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Money Missing Avenue, that's where we go now. Does it matter how much the money is? All right, ma'am, please can you just come to the middle so that we can have a proper, yes. Please clap for her, clap for her.
Thank you so very much. And from the very intuitive questions, I can see that the major reoccurring question is still, how can you reach the CBN if you're not satisfied with your banks? What are the various channels to make payments? To make complaints. First, let me answer the moderator who says, how can you open an account with CBN? I would say, fortunately, we serve the nation, so by extension, you have an account with us. All banks are mandated to have an account with the central bank, including the federal government, because they are on single, treasury single account, as the TSA. So technically, you all have account with the central bank. So in now answering the question of various channels to make complaints, first, like I said, at the point of engagement, banks are mandated to let you know how you can seek redress or support, or even make comments. So first, you can write letter, which is no longer fashionable. You can reach your banks through your relationship manager upon opening an account or any kind of relationship with your bank. Your bank is supposed to make available your RM, that's the relationship manager, which is the contact person, in addition to the general contact desk. So the CBN has mandated all financial institutions to have or establish a support desk which would work 24/7 and all throughout the week. I know the challenges. Sometimes you call, it rings, and keep singing. And that's why you can see most of the banks now have on their app. These are all the workings or the discussion we have together. You can, through the various apps, at no cost, reach your banks or stop some transactions by yourself. If you think your account has been compromised, you can put a post-no debit on your account. You can, in some banks, you can restrict how much can be removed from your bank. So you say, my transaction should not be allowed beyond 5,000. If I need to do above that, I will need a second level authentication, which you can set up on your own. But for those who do not have the smartphone or access to the internet, like I mentioned in my presentation, we're trying to work out a single USSD code for the industry. I believe you're aware the telecommunication industry has this already. If you are a yellow, orange, or whatever customer, you just dial *312 and it will route you to where you can top up your airtime. We are working towards that. We already have similar thing. I think it was even championed by us, but you know the importance of keeping financial detail very discreet. That's why we do not want to use the general QR code, and we're working with the NCC, who is the regulator to the telecommunication industry, to ensure that we secure a secured, or to obtain a secured USSD code that can help people with feature phones to reach their banks at any time. So you can reach, you can physically visit, you can write, you can send email, you can also use the app or the menu created via their internet banking. But please, at no time should you disclose your financial password to anybody, even when trying to solve problem, including you can call their toll-free lines or the complaint help desk. On the money point or pay transfer to a merchant, I think most times we use the wrong menu. If you're buying stuff or anything from anybody, please use the merchant category. And what do I mean by that? Don't allow anybody to say transfer to me. The essence is when you transfer and there is a dispute, the bank cannot take your own words, because the owner of the money now is a beneficiary. But when you use the merchant POS, you can complain to your bank that I did not get value. Your bank can remediate. But when you do a transfer, he could look like a business gone bad. Like, I transfer money to Madam Nancy and I don't like what she sold to me. I can't go back to my bank and say, there was a problem. No, my bank won't do anything. But if it was a merchant category purchase, if you look at your POS slip, you will see agent transaction, cash withdrawal, cash deposit, purchases, and so on. And so the essence of that narration is for you to seek remediation. You can just scan it to your bank and say, oh, I was in supermarket A, I paid, the money did not get to the person, and for that reason, I was not given the goods. In fact, in less than 48 hours, you have the right to receive your money. The reason is that the bank would contact the customer, because they cannot reverse immediately. Put yourself in the seller's shoes. No, you buy something and somebody says, no, I didn't get it, and the bank will reverse. It can be a wrong mistake. And so what the bank does is to contact the merchant. The solution is there. The merchant can check on their POS today, because we have also said prior to now, we have the analog POS. He doesn't show the details of transactions happening, but the digital POS will show transactions that were successful, transactions that failed, and so on and so forth. So the merchant in most cases would have told their banks that, oh, this customer was here, these are the failed transactions, so I did not release my goods. So sometimes before you even go back or complain to your bank, your transactions are either reversed or you get your value immediately. And that is where the escalation comes to play, where you have done everything on your own part and your institution is still failing. That's when you should escalate to the CBN. The CBN will not only make them to refund you, they are also sanctioned. So be rest assured that, since you said the money is still hanging, please contact Madam Nancy. You will have our details, and be rest assured that you will get remediation. Which program do we have? I think that is still making reference to channels of complaints, like I've mentioned. Please ensure that you liaise with your bank to reconfirm the various HEPDEX phone number. Before I leave, I'll also share with you the email of the CBN HEPDESK. But when you are sending complaint to CBN, we need a proof that you had already sent to your bank and you did not get resolution, or you got resolution but you are not satisfied. We're happy to always open up channels for communication, and I agree with Madam that said they need more information. So thank you, Madam Nancy, for giving us again this platform to talk. And rest assured that our major focus next year is on financial literacy and financial education. In fact, we already have a syllabus, a curriculum with the Federal Ministry of Education.
even for students as far lower to the pre-primary school. I'm sure you'll be wondering what will the nursery school know. Some were put in gamification. They can play, they know how to go to bank, how to save their money, how their parents can save for their education, and how to ensure that they do not form mugu so that their monies are not taken. I would also like to, thank you so much, thank you. I would also like to remind you that please do not use unsecured, what do you call it, Wi-Fi or public Wi-Fi for your banking transactions. Do not use it to download your banking app. And just to let you know, even in Freetown, there is no free lunch. So what is free or what appears to be free can be dangerous. Free Wi-Fi are for listening to music, general issues, and don't use it to even download sensitive or make sensitive update on your app, on your phones. And lastly, I think deduction from the banks. This is a major concern for the central bank. We have the document, it's also in the public, Guide to Charges for Banks and Other Financial Institutions.
This is in line with what you're saying now.
Thank you. Is there any uniformity? Okay. So, Guide to Banks Guide to Charges for Banks and Other Financial Institutions. And what that charges is saying is to let you know how much your bank can take maximum amount from any transactions. For those charges, especially for the ones that are customer induced, like you make a transfer, there is need to charge you 20 naira. We have told the bank to stop disaggregating those SMS. Reason being that it will take 66 naira multiple times from your airtime. Please escalate where you think the banks are complying. But sometimes try to also pay attention to what is happening. Sometimes you do transaction, you don't know you have done that transactions, and the charges are coming. If you have any issue, you can also discuss with the branch bank nearest to you for clarity. You can also walk into the central bank for any branch of the central bank in any state. And someone is saying, is there any uniformity in bank deduction? Yes, I will say yes, because we have the book, which we call the book of law. However, that is the cap. So your bank can be nice enough to take below. But if we say maintenance fee is 1,000 of every 1 million, 1,000 for every 1 million, your bank can take that maximum 1,000. But if you have good, strong bargaining power, you can tell your bank, I don't want to pay. And if the bank approver, you can pay 0 or pay below. But what that means is that your bank cannot take more than the 1,000. So sometimes okay, thank you. I think someone says sometimes they observe that when lodgements are made, the account deduction by drastically. Oh, okay. So this lodgement is just, I think it's a 50 naira. The 50 naira is the stamp duty. That's the federal government tax. It is not the bank's. The charges doesn't go to the bank. As a matter of fact, we even ensure that we help the government to confirm or validate that all those deductions are remitted as deducted. So if there is any other question, I think I can share my email and not phone number, because most times I'm in meetings like this. From here, I leave for National Assembly to also answer a call, even on these charges now. So please always try to reach out to us on that email. Be rest assured that we're happy to hear from you, and would your input or escalation help us to provide the industry with a better policy and regulation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together for her. So I invite Nancy to join her up here for a group, how do you call her now? Two of them a group now. For a picture. We'll just take that quickly. Yes, you can ask your neighbor. We have a lot of other people who are waiting to speak. I will just do this quickly. Photographers, take that picture and we move on. Remember sending school fees to my cousin in the university. And I called him, I said, I sent your school fees to your OP, and the guy started crying. I said, what is it? He said, Uncle, if you know how much I owe OP. Don't worry, you'll get it. Okay, all right.
All right, just before we go on, I also needed to make this intervention, especially within the segment. I know a lot of, or some people must have fallen prey to scammers. For what the director said, I needed to chip this in. At no time does for you to fall to be a victim of a scam, you somehow also participated in it. And let me tell you how. I just had an experience, it was over the weekend, someone very close to me. It was after she was scammed that she came to me. She told me that they called her, that, oh, I'm from Access Bank. Are you so? She said, yes. Please, that code that I just sent to you, send it to me. And that was how 20,000 naira was taken from her account and they blocked her account. I needed to say it because, in the midst of all of this, we may not forget, we may forget these things. So for those of you in the room, please, no one should call you to say, you should give them your PIN, or even if they are from the bank, because your bank should not even have access. Alpha Morgan is here. If you call me and say, someone, I'm from Alpha Morgan, a maker, my account officer, I will not answer because I know it's not a maker. So I needed to say that. So don't participate with those that want to scam you. Don't even give your relatives your PIN. It is private. Don't give them your PIN, don't give them your whatever. Anybody that comes to you, call and say, oh, I need your OTP and all of that, just tell them you're a thief. If I have issues, I'll go to my bank straight. So I needed to say that because a lot of us have fallen prey to that, and it will be a disservice that you are here in this forum, and you go out and someone still scams you like that. I needed to say that. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Nancy, for helping with that intervention. We're still here, and the next, of course, will be focusing on tax issues. A lot will happen by January 1. In an academy, we asked the question, what's the difference between a tax and a fine? And the man said a tax is a fine for doing fine, but a fine is a tax for doing wrong. So either way, you pay something. Permit me to welcome one who is many things. Is a distinguished expert in taxation and forensic accounting who has built on speaking on tax made simple. He's an associate professor of forensic accounting at ICT University, Cameroon, bringing deep academic insight to practical tax issues. He has also held prominent leadership roles in the tax profession, including immediate past chairman of the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, Abuja District, and founding member and past chairman of the FCT Tax Practitioners Association. Beyond academia and professional leadership, he serves as a tax advisory partner at Accounting Tools Consulting Services and as director on the board of the Association of Chartered Systems Tax Professionals in the United States of America, reflecting his global engagement in tax practice and policy. With his blend of scholarship, practice, and leadership, he simplifies complex tax concepts, holding professionals and public navigate the ever-evolving landscape with clarity and confidence. In a few minutes, he will be sharing with us exactly what we need to know about tax in the simplest of ways that we need to know. Let's welcome Dr. Kennedy Iwendu. Please put your hands together for him.
Good afternoon, audience. All protocol duly observed. I think I have a slide. Can the technical crew present my slide so that I will make it very easy? Okay. Now, Nancy told me that I'll be talking for 15 minutes. And because of the fact that he said I will be talking for 15 minutes, I decided to make 15 top issues. Had it been, he said 30 minutes, I would have made 30 top issues. And if he has told me 10 minutes, I would also make 10 top issues. That's the way I do my presentation. I'm privileged to be here. Honestly, I would have been in Lagos by now and also having that training going on here. But because of her, I have to be here. I have 1,001 things doing today, but because of her, I have to be here. She has promoted my brand, and I'm glad to say that I'm also her tax consultant. So I'm looking at 15 top issues. Number one, I said here, every Nigerian who is earning minimum wage or less is exempted from paying tax. This is especially for those who are earning salary. If you are a Nigerian, you are earning minimum wage and below, you're exempted from paying tax. Why I say especially for those earning salaries, because it's easy to ascertain that you are earning minimum wage. If you are a market woman or a petite trader, it's difficult for us to know whether you are earning 70,000 a month because there's no record that will ascertain that. So when we say minimum wage, it doesn't mean those that are doing business. Except those that are doing business, they have staff, they are paying salary. These are those people that such minimum wage can be ascertained. The number two, in the new tax rate, the first 800,000 income is 0%. Apart from that, contribution to National Housing Fund, National Health Insurance Scheme, pension, commission, life assurance premium, mortgage interest on owner-occupier house are exempted from tax. The new law has also granted 20% of rent paid as relief, but a threshold of 500,000. So the new law, if you are working in an organization where pension, National Housing Fund are being deducted, of course, it will help you reduce the impact of taxation. And the new law is saying that you have a rent relief of 500,000, meaning that your employer may ask you to bring evidence of the rent you have paid. And if you are a landlord, you are not supposed to benefit from rent relief because landlords don't pay rent. Then number three, those earning pension and gratuity are exempted from paying tax. But if a pensioner do business and earn income, he or she will pay tax on the income earned on business or investment. If you're a pensioner, on your pension money or gratuity, you're not supposed to pay tax. But you can't go and engage in new business or investment. And when you make money, you start telling government that I'm a pensioner. Is that clear? Also say that gift is not taxable, both cash and material gift. So if somebody gives you money, it's not taxable. So please, when somebody is sending you a gift money, tell the person to use the app. You know, there's a description in the app. So say gift. So that when they catch you, when the revenue authority catch you, say, didn't you see gift in the description? But again, it all depends on the amount of gift in accounting. It depends on the amount of gift we are talking about. Because in accounting, for those of you that are accountants, we have what we call materiality concept. The amount may be very small, it becomes immaterial. But when an amount becomes huge, it becomes material. So materiality concept plays out in anything we do. If I see 100 million in your account, you tell me it's a gift, it becomes suspicious. I'm not saying it's not a gift, but it becomes suspicious for further investigation. I think it's not moving. The slide is not moving. It's moving, okay. So number four says, I just did this selection this early morning. I just woke up this morning and just selected 15 items, knowing that I'm going to talk about 15 minutes. Now, number 4 says you are free to sell your 2 personal cars in a year without paying any chargeable gain tax. You can see that in section 53, subsection 2 of the Nigerian Tax Act. The law says if you have a private car, you can sell 1 or 2 in a year. But if you sell more than 2, 3, you have become a car dealer. You are going to pay tax on the 3rd one, on the gain you have made on the 3rd one. Now, number 5, you can sell your personal item without paying chargeable gain tax, but if that item is more than 5 million, you will pay tax. You pay chargeable gain tax. That can be seen in section 52, subsection 1 of Nigerian Tax Act. I'm putting the sections here. Why I'm putting this section is that you can make reference. Let it not be like an assumption. No. I'm putting the sections there. So some of you that are preview to the Tax Act, you have Nigerian Tax Act, you have Nigerian Tax Act, you can just go and make reference on these sections I'm mentioning. So you can sell your personal item, but that personal item, once it's more than 5 million naira, you pay a chargeable gain. For example, if you have sold 6 million, 7 million, 10 million, it will be subjected to chargeable gain. But if it's 5 million and below, nobody cares to, when the revenue authority sees it, they will not bother you. Now, another one is benefit in kind. Benefit in kind. If your organization, some of you are working in organization, is it not true? If your organization where you work provides you an accommodation, you will not be entitled to rent relief. If your organization provides you accommodation, you will not be entitled to rent relief. And also, if your organization provides you a car, maybe they give you a brand new car, the law says that you pay, they will declare 5% value of that car as an income to you, and you are going to pay tax on it. Yes, if you are working in an organization and they gave you a brand new car, the law is saying that you are also enjoying the car. Apart from the official work you are doing, you're also enjoying the car. So they will value, assuming the car is 20 million, they will check 5% of 20 million and treat it as your income, and that income will be taxed. Now we also have presumptive taxation. Presumptive taxation. The word presumptive came from presume. Presume, meaning that for all practical purposes, if the income of a person chargeable to tax under this act cannot be ascertained, or records are not kept in such a manner as to enable proper assessment of income, then such a person shall be assessed on such terms and conditions that may be prescribed by the minister on the advice of the Joint Revenue Board in a regulation under presumptive tax regime. That is on section 29 of Nigerian Tax Act. Let me explain more. Some people don't keep records of their transaction. So it becomes difficult for the revenue authority to assess you. So what would they do? They will now presume and tax you. And they're going to do that under section 29, under presumptive tax regime. And the minister will come up with a regulation by next year on the advice of the Joint Revenue Board. Sorry? Okay. I think I should be on number 8. Okay. Okay, number 8. Compensation of loss of employment or damage is up to 50 million, is exempt. You can see that on section 50, subsection 1 of the Nigerian Tax Act. Compensation, if your organization sack you or asks you to go, or there's a damage, defamation or whatever, injury, and people you are being compensated, up to 50 million is exempted from tax. But if it's more than 50 million, the difference will be taxed. Assuming that you are paid 61 million, how much will be taxed? 11 million will be taxed. That's what the law says. So the compensation, what we are currently having is 10 million, but the new law has increased the threshold to 50 million. Currently, what we are having now is 10 million. But the new law has said the compensation for damage for any form is up to 50 million from next year, not now. Now, income earned and tax are brought into Nigeria through approved channel is exempt from tax. You can see that in section 121 of Nigerian Tax Act. Some people brings in money from abroad. If you prove that that money has been taxed there, Nigeria say when you bring it here, you will not be taxed again. But the condition is that you must bring that money in through the approved what? And we know the approved channel. The CBN representative just left now, so you should know the approved channel of bringing money into the country. Now, the number 10 says gains on disposal of shares below 150 million or gains not up to 10 million are exempted from tax. You can see that in section 34, subsection 1A of the Nigerian Tax Act. So if you are trading in the stock exchange market, once you did not trade more than 150 million and your gain is not more than 10 million, you are not going to pay any chargeable tax, any capital gain tax. So, but if you trade more than that, or your gain is more than that, you're going to pay the capital gain tax. Now, the number 11 says if you sell your dwelling house without paying, you cannot pay tax. You can't pay tax when you sell your dwelling house. But if you sell your commercial house, the house you are renting out or what, you are going to pay tax from that. Then number 12 says all individuals are expected to file tax returns, including those exempted from paying tax. Listen very well. Oh. You can't say because the law has exempted me from paying tax, therefore I will not file my returns. No. All individuals are expected to file tax returns, including those exempted from doing what? Paying tax. Failure to file returns will attract penalties. This is seen in section 13, subsection 1 of the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So I know some organizations will say, all my staff are earning 70,000 and below, they are not supposed to pay tax, therefore I will not file their returns. No, you must file their returns. Show that they are earning minimum wage and below, and show that they are not going to pay tax. You can't say because they are earning minimum wage and below, or they are exempted from tax, therefore you are not going to file their returns. The law says everybody must file, including companies. Like in Nigeria today, many people don't file returns on their company because they say the company is not earning income. That's not what the law says. The law says file returns even when you are not earning income. As an individual, as a company, file your returns. If you don't file, they will give you penalty for you to pay. Then, number 13, all incomes are taxable, legal or illegal, except those exempted by law. All incomes are taxable. In the framework for taxation all over the world, two things are very important. Incomes, profits, items to be taxed. Income, profit, items to be exempted. So, and in as much as that particular income is not under the exempted list, it has to be taxed, whether it is legal or illegal. But for the taxman to collect that income from even an illegal deed doesn't stop the agent to prosecute the person for illegal activity. So, that the taxman has collected tax from your income has not legalized such illegality. Number 14, for those who earn salary You don't just pay tax on employment income. If you have non-employment income, you are expected to declare it and pay it. And that's what the law says. Some of us are working in a company or an organization, but you still have small business, is it not? The law says you should tell your organization that you have small business and you declare that income and pay tax. So from next year, employers of labor have been mandated. There's a new form. That form, they will give it to you as an employee to fill if you have a non-employment income. So for you now to say yes or no. So if you say no and tomorrow the revenue authority catches you, your employer will say, when I gave him or her the form, she feels that she didn't have any other income. So that is it. Now, the number 15, that's the last one. I told you that I was given 15 minutes to talk, and I have to select 15 top items. So if I was given 30 minutes, I would have made it 30 items. But let us stop at 15 items for today. Now, number 15 says, banks and other financial institutions are obligated to make quarterly reports to the revenue authorities on individuals who have 25 million transactions and above. You can see that in section 29 of the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. For company, 100 million and above. So from next year, bank is mandated every quarter they will send a report. If you are doing transaction and you have up to 25 million and above, bank will send your transaction to the revenue authority for them to check whether you are paying tax. And it's for company, 100 million, but it's on quarterly basis. You are going to do this. I know most of you would like to ask questions. I have a lot to run today. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you so much.
Yes, I know. Okay, just before Dr. Ewundu goes, he will take like 5 questions. We have Mr. Taiwo Yedele right now on Zoom. Taiwo Yedele, of course, is the chairman, Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee. Of course, they are the ones with this committee that did this. But Dr. Ewundu would take a few questions, then we'll allow Taiwo to come in and also consolidate on some of these things. So, MC. So let's just take 3 questions for Doctor. Let's take 3 questions for Doctor, and after that we can bring in Taiwo Yedele.
How do we manage 3 now?
Doctor, I also like you. I think there's a question that came in for input and output VAT. So I'd like you to.
Okay, we'll just take 1 from this side, 1 from that side, and 1 on the woman.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Doctor. My name is Abubakar Ujima, and my question is on the capital gain tax.
Okay.
You say that if you sell maybe 2 properties or a vehicle in a year, you are entitled to pay tax on the 3rd one. Now, for instance, if you sell land and you are entitled to pay tax, is it on the overall value of the land, or is the gain on the land? Okay. I hope you understand what I mean, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, if you sell a land.
So let's just take all the questions.
Okay,
take 1 from this side.
My question is, can we have the slides?
The slide?
Yes.
Okay, I will send it to the...
So can we take 1 more from a woman this time?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My own question is related to fintechs. My name is Taufikat Muraya Nwabufo, and I'm grateful for this opportunity. In fact, I had the privilege of working with Mrs. Nancy Ilo Naji about 17 years ago at DAR Communications. So I'm sure she'll go like, oh my God. So it's a privilege to be here, and I thank God really for how far she has come. Okay, so if I go straight to my question, I'm the founder and CEO of Wally Technologies, a startup. We're pre-revenue, we're pre-license. However, we're looking to launch in 2026. So I want to target these questions to that. The first one is on tax holidays and exemptions. I wanted to know if for, say, early stage Nigerian fintechs, startups, right, would there be any exemptions for early stage tech startups in Nigeria? And I make reference to, say, the CIT or like the NIDA levy. That's one. The second one is on VAT services. So how would the government clarify VAT treatment, especially on cross-border B2B digital financial services? That's my second question. And then the third one is on energy asset tax. Now for us, it's a differentiator for us to be able to combine if we're looking at this inclusion. And I'm glad that Dr. Aisha mentioned it, and I will still have the privilege to maybe speak with Mrs. Inaji on answering that question, when you need to combine stacks for certain solutions that you offer. So I want to know if how pay-as-you-go energy finance assets, well, as an equipment now, is treated for capital allowances or depreciation for these early tech startups. Thank you.
You may want to answer the questions. Huh?
Okay, I should go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. For the first question, although I didn't get the last question very well, but I'll come to it. The first question, somebody asked if he sold land and what will be charged. What will be charged is your gain. What will be charged is your gains. If you have improved on the land before you sell it, you are going to remove all your costs. So whatever is the gain, you're going to pay tax on. And currently, for example, if you buy a house, 50 million, and sell it 70 million, what is your gain? So currently, you're going to pay 10% capital gain tax on that gain. But from New Year, if you're a company is going to pay 30%. Yes. The new law, and if it's an individual, it will be charged on income tax rate. The new law is trying to look at your gain as your income and should be charged at income tax rate, no longer 10%. So for your question, whatever that will be charged is the capital gain. On the new law, we'll call it chargeable gains. So when you dispose an item, it is not the entire disposal amount that you are paying tax on. It is on the gains you have made on disposal. If you also prove that you made loss, you have no tax to pay. So that's the reality about it. But again, there's an argument that has been on. And that argument is, my brother Oyedele will soon come on board. They were saying that they couldn't bring in inflation adjustment. For example, somebody bought a land 10 million 20 years ago, and is selling the land 100 million today. What's the value of that 10 million in dollars 10 years ago? And what's the value in dollars today? So some countries normally provide what we call tax inflation adjustment. But in our own law, we don't have it yet. We don't have it yet. So the only disposal amount times the historical cost. If you are dealing with a company, a turnover threshold of 50 million below is not taxable. Although the committee is saying it's 100 million and below. But the law, section 56 of Nigerian Tax Act, is still saying 50 million. So, but if you go to section 22 of the Tax Administration Act, this clearly says that 100 million and below are exempted from filing VAT returns. So possibly they will find a way to amend the law and take the whole threshold to 100 million. So the idea was to make it 100 million and below, meaning that you can trade as a startup. By the time you reach 100 million, I think you must have had a strong leg to pay tax. And when you pass that threshold, you can now start paying your tax. Then you mentioned something on VAT services. On the VAT services, what are you talking about, VAT services? Yes. Yes. Yes, the law allows you to, absolutely. The law allows you to, because of the depreciation of assets, to use capital allowance adjustment to reduce your tax liability. However, moving forward from next year, the law says, if you buy an asset where VAT is not charged, that asset will not be qualified for capital allowance. So let me say it clearly. From next year, if a company makes an expense and VAT is not charged on that expense will not be an allowable expense. Section 21P of the Nigerian Tax Act is very explicit. And if you buy an asset and that asset, VAT is not charged on that asset will not be qualified for capital allowance. I think that is clear. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. We'll invite Nancy to join him for a picture while we prepare the man who is at the helm of affairs of Nigeria's Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee, who has helped to orchestrate Nigeria's tax symphony with the precision and vision. Often he's described as a conductor of fiscal clarity. May I therefore ask our technical team to put us on with Mr. Taiwo Oyedele. Please put your hands together for him as he provides also more clarity for us. I hear he's online. Can our technical team put him through? He's on.
Oh, okay. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. You are on. You can go ahead now, sir.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Very clearly, sir.
Very well. Thank you. Congratulations to my sister, Nancy, for putting this event together and for inviting me. Because of my many engagements back to back, I couldn't come physically because I've spent the only time I have just trying to get to the venue. So this is the reason why I'm joining you virtually. And I heard a bit of the session that just ended on the tax reforms. So I will keep my own interventions to very broad-based issues on a high-level basis, essentially trying to share with you some of the areas where we see opportunities and what you can do to take advantage of these reforms. So I'll share my slides. If you can just confirm that you can see my screen now. Can I get a confirmation that you can see my screen?
Yes, sir, we can see your slides, yes.
Okay, thank you for that confirmation. So what I've been asked to speak to you about is making sense of Nigeria's new tax laws, what individuals and businesses must know. So I see already that in the room that you have business people there, you also have individuals as well. So essentially, I will give you a quick overview and then speak to the reform objectives and some of the key changes we have introduced. And then what does that mean for you as an individual or as a business owner? And then conclusion and what you need to do about it. So this economic context is very important because if we don't put reforms in proper perspective, we may be fighting the reforms that are meant to help us, or we may lose out on the opportunities that those reforms are designed to deliver to us, or there could be easily a lot of unintended consequences. So people would easily ask whether your life is better today than it was 2 years ago, and the answer would be no, right? And then they will conclude that the policies are wrong and that the government is moving in the wrong direction. So this is a problematic question to ask if you put it that way. The way to put it is, given the reforms that have been done, would your life have been better if those reforms had not been introduced? So 2 years ago, things were hard. We had the option of reform, and it will be a painful reset before things start getting better, or you continue with business as usual, and today life would have been much harder and the economy would have collapsed. And I say that because if you look at the data, on all very important counts, whether it's external position in terms of our trade deficits, balance of payments, our FX reserve, we couldn't use our Naira card to make payments. Some people were just even trying to pay for a software, an app, which is maybe $20. They can't even use their card to do $20. You know, just yesterday, I saw an email that GT Bank has increased the amount you can spend on your card to, I think, about $6,000, because now there's more liquidity. That wasn't the case 2 years ago. We had significant issues with government revenue. Government was not getting enough revenue, and the revenue they were getting, they were using it to service debt, so they resorted into printing money to spend. Printed about 23 trillion Naira, interest of about 7 trillion. So essentially about 30 trillion was printed. When you print money to spend, it creates inflation. So some of the inflation we are dealing with now were created because of the way we recklessly printed money to spend some years back. So there were issues to do with, you know, inflation was already rising, subsidy became unsustainable. So in other words, as of May 2023, the message I'm trying to pass across here is Nigeria was amber. You know, the traffic lights, the color code is amber, you have red and you have green. So we had the choice of, you know, amber can turn to green and amber can turn to red. So we reformed, and now we're beginning to see the positive macro results. Not all of it is green as of yet. Some of it is still amber, which means it's work in progress. And this macro result that we're seeing, you know, does not mean that the ordinary person can now buy food, they can pay rent. Life is still very hard, because when you're trying to do economic reform, you begin to see the result first from the macro level. Macro is the national, global view of issues, and then it will trickle down to firms. Those are companies. We saw, you know, even companies like MTN, Nestle, Nigerian Breweries, very big companies were reporting a negative shareholders fund because of the, you know, reforms and the challenges they had to deal with. But now, those companies are beginning to report large amounts of profits that is bringing them back into shape. So after the firms, or at the same time, you're going to start seeing the impact on the individuals and household. If those reforms had not been done, today, Nigeria will be red. Everything you see in that last column, which we say, God forbid. So the tax and fiscal reforms were introduced with the objective of people-centric, look at people, promote growth, and drive efficiency. So when people say this tax reform is to raise more revenue for government, that is not the primary objective. The primary objective is, if you allow businesses to grow, if you allow individuals to prosper, then it's easier to collect taxes. If somebody is unemployed, they can't pay personal income tax. If somebody has no money, they can't pay VAT because they're not even buying anything. So the best way to collect personal income tax is to create more employment. The best way to collect more VAT is to create more purchasing power. So people are buying things and then they are paying the taxes. So that is the approach we have adopted. So we've done quite a lot of things already. Some we are working on them, and some we are keeping in view. And I'm sure that some of it were covered already in the previous presentation. If you run a small company here, I know people are debating whether it's 50 million naira or 100 million naira threshold. It is 100 million naira. It is 100 million naira because we knew the amount that the National Assembly harmonized in the final bills. So the reason why you have 50 in one law that was gazetted and 100 in the other one was an editing problem during gazetting. So we saw a few errors like that, and we spent 3 months trying to correct the errors. So at some point, we just said to ourselves, if we want this law to be perfect, we will not publish it, and therefore it will be impossible to implement. So we decided that we'll publish it and deal with those issues of error and conflict by way of regulation, which we are working on now. So you can take it that the intention that was enacted is 100 million, not 50. So 100 million, your corporate income tax will be 0%. You don't need to charge VAT. You won't need to worry about withholding tax, but you still need to file your corporate tax return. So you need to bear that in mind. If you run a small business and is not registered with CAC, good news, the Corporate Affairs Commission announced about 2 weeks ago that they will register 250,000 companies for free. So once we are done with this conference today, go on to CAC website, or if you can go to the office, whatever works for you, and try and register your business with CAC so that from next year, you can get the full advantage of this reform. So one of the objectives of this reform is to incentivize formalization of businesses. So some of the key features of the new tax laws, I'll discuss a few of them with you, but pay attention to the message on the screen, which is that you are not entitled to your opinion. You are entitled to your informed opinion, because no one is entitled to be ignorant. So if you are speaking to your friend, in maybe it's just at home or at in restaurants, or you go to a beer parlor, you can say anything you like. It's your business with your friend. But if you have a platform, maybe online, maybe you speak on TV or radio, you owe a responsibility to yourself not to speak out of ignorance, because you then confuse a lot of people. I was on the plane coming from Lagos to Abuja last week, and there was a gentleman on the flight. After we landed, he came to me and said, I've been seeing you on TV, you are the people creating all these tax complications for us. I said, why? He said he's a shareholder at Sterling Bank, and Sterling Bank was doing rights issue. Rights issue is the shares you allow existing shareholders to buy, usually at a discount. And the guy said he refused to buy. And I said, why? He said, because we have introduced 30% tax on capital gains tax. I said, how much is it that you're going to buy? It's even less than 10 million. So under this new tax law, 150 million worth of shares are exempted from tax. But people are not talking about that. They're talking about the rich people we're asking to pay 25%, as if that is what everybody will pay. Even those rich people will still be exempted if they reinvest the proceeds. They will be permanently exempted. The cost is reset to the market value. So this is a reform that is meant to promote the market, but some people have succeeded in creating negative narrative that is now making people lose real money. Yesterday, the market lost about 5 trillion naira. That's real money that people are losing, although we know the market will recover, because once we published the clarification last night, the feedback we got today now is that there's a lot of bid in the market, so it's likely to close in the green. But I'm saying this because when people put out misinformation and they do it ignorantly, that is negligence, because somebody will lose money. When you put it out intentionally, that is sabotage. And we need to just help ourselves not to complicate our situation more than it needs to be. So these reforms are trying to drive fairness, which is what we call fiscal equity here. Within government, how you treat states, local government versus federal government, as well as how you treat low-income earners. This is why under this reform, low-income earners will be exempted from paying tax. Middle class will see a reduction in their tax, and then the upper class will pay a little bit more, depending on how much they earn. This is the way the system is designed everywhere in the world, to be progressive. You can't make your poorest people to be the ones paying taxes. These reforms are to promote economic economic growth, so that businesses that are small will become medium, the ones that are medium will become large, the ones that are large will become multinational. And then when you have that level of growth and development, it's easy for society to be much better. You have more revenue for infrastructure, for social services, and for general development. We also want Nigeria to be competitive so that you can be here and do business, and no business coming from outside should be able to outcompete you. So today, you are in Nigeria here, you're doing your business, and they bring your product similar to your product from China, and it's half the price at which you are producing it. That means we're not competitive. So some of these things have to do with infrastructure, I would admit, but a number of issues are also related to taxes, multiple tax, over-regulation, informal sector, non-state actor, all manners of things that add up at the end of the day to make us uncompetitive are now being addressed. So we also have harmonization, where we are trying to make things just more decent. Instead of having to deal with 20, 30, 40 taxes, why can't we just do one or two? So even you have clarity about what you need to pay, when you need to pay it, who you need to pay to. Otherwise, there will be that apathy that we have seen, where people just either ignore the tax or they are harassed to pay, and it goes to some private pockets instead of going to the government. Modernization is, there's a lot of focus on using technology, and that will help us to get tax intelligence. So we know people who are evading taxes, those who are not evading taxes, but also information to help with economic planning and policy interventions. So by using data, when COVID happened in 2020, it was 2019, but then the impact was felt in 2020, 2021. There were countries where they didn't need to be going around to look for who was poor, that they needed to help. All that they needed to do was go into the tax system, and you see the data of everybody, their income, their assets, what they filed before, what they do, and you can even from there credit their accounts or give them food stamp on their phone they can use to get food. So we struggled in Nigeria because we didn't have that kind of a system, because we have not been very serious with the tax system. The tax system is not always to collect taxes. It also helps you with economic planning and social interventions. So at the end of the day, it's also important for government to raise sustainable revenue. If government runs out of money, they will go and print money to spend. And each time they print money to spend, the money you have in your hand, your wallet and your bank account, the value will go down. So your money that is 100 naira before will now be worth 80 naira. That means you've lost 20 naira. That's like paying 20% tax. So that tax is unstructured, is chaotic, and is regressive, because it punishes low-income earners than the rich, because the rich some of them even have savings in dollars, they have properties. So when you print money to spend and it leads to inflation, the upper people are protected largely. It's the middle class and lower class that will suffer the most. This is why, for the benefit of society, we have to get the tax system to work in a structural manner, so that people that have the ability to pay are the one paying, those who can't pay are exempted, and those in the middle class pay something affordable. And then we use all of that for the purpose of society as part of the social contract. So these new laws will benefit Nigerians, businesses, regardless of their size, regardless of whether they are locally owned or there's foreign investments, interest, and individuals and households will find a lot of opportunities. One of the things we've done with this reform is the business process outsourcing within the global trade system. There are companies that are looking for people to hire to work for them remotely. So Nigeria, we have a very good time zone. We are very close to the equator. We have young people who are very smart at using technology, and they speak decent English. Our accent, of course, is better than many other countries. But they were not coming here to hire Nigerians because we have a provision in our tax law that will create exposure for them just by hiring Nigerians. So they were not doing it. Under this new tax law now, we remove that problem. So imagine 1 to 2 million Nigerians getting jobs remotely from next year, earning $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 a month. That's a lot of inflow for FX and a lot of revenue that can help those individuals and their families and households to be lifted out of poverty. So beyond reforming the tax system, we've used the opportunity as well to create opportunities for the Nigerian people. So there will be some challenges for any reform. If you are doing a reform and nobody is countering it, maybe you are not doing a good reform. So we see a lot of trust deficits and people don't trust the government. We see a lot of misinformation, and then we're working on ensuring that we have the capacity to be able to implement so we can go fast together. Some of the challenges that many of you would have seen, tax is a technical area. You won't go to a mechanic when you are sick. You look for a doctor, right? You won't ask your tailor to be the one to drive you just because the tailor is very reliable. When he says your cloth to be ready, you say, come and drive me, when he doesn't know how to drive. You look for a driver. So when it comes to matters of tax and finance, you can't just listen to someone just because they have followers. You listen to experts. So suddenly we just see random people creating content, advising people on tax that they don't understand. Many of them have never paid income tax before because you can tell from the analysis they're doing that they didn't understand anything. Many of them did not even realize that the taxes that they're talking about has always been there. Like as we speak now, if you earn income remotely, there's already tax. It's not a new introduction. So they are finding out so many things for the first time, and they are blaming it on the reform. Hey, reform want to tax everybody, oh. So it's important that we do not misinform ourselves. If you don't have the knowledge, don't claim that you have the knowledge. You can just say it and say you think, not speaking authoritatively. And then, sadly, very many people believe those misinformation and they begin to act on it. So we see all those risks. We have our mitigation strategy to try and correct those misinformation as much as possible. It's very hard because the bad news goes viral very quickly. And then when you correct it, 10% of people that saw the viral video will not even bother. If you record a video now and you talk about the good things about this reform and put it online, it will not go viral. But just put one thing that is negative before you come back. You see a lot of likes, share, forward, right? And the people who are creating those content are just interested in those activities so that they can be paid by Google, by Facebook, by Twitter. They're just looking for money for their pockets, and they know that it is the bad news that sells. So that's what they are creating. As they are creating more bad news, people are getting confused, getting negative, and anxious about a reform that is supposed to keep them excited. For example, people say, oh, the tax in Nigeria is too much. Tax in Nigeria is going to kill everybody. If you compare the taxes in Nigeria with even other African countries, right? The major taxes, look at it. Nigeria is either the lowest or the joint lowest. Our VAT is less than half of any of the other countries. So the other countries are like 15, 15, and 16. Ours is 7.5%. No tax on airtime. In Kenya is 15%, Ghana is 5%. In South Africa, no tax on airtime. Personal income tax for the rich people. Nigeria is 25% under the new law. If you were in Kenya, it's 35%, in Ghana it's 35%, in South Africa it's 45%. So the image you see to the right of the screen is someone that went to Accra and went to the restaurant to buy, food. And then as he was leaving, you see the person is even Nigerian person, is buying amala and plain rice and pounded yam. He's buying Nigerian food in Accra. And then he now noticed that he was being charged 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different taxes on just one transaction, which in Nigeria, it won't be the case. Worst case you find in Nigeria will be 2, right? So while we are not perfect, we're doing much better than many other countries. So we shouldn't amplify our issues as if this is the worst country on earth. There's also the perception that Tinubu is about tax. He has imposed tax, he wants to kill us. That perception that this president is introducing new taxes is not factual. So we had a session recently for journalists, and I told them I'll give them a price of 100,000, which I also want to offer. If there's anybody in the room who has the answer, you can share the answer and then you get the 100,000 naira. Somebody who can tell us one tax, just one, that President Tinubu has imposed on the masses since coming to office. So when you expect journalists should know the answer, right? They couldn't find the answer. So I told them that the offer remains open, gave them email that if they find the tax, they can send it to us. We're still waiting. So this is actually the president that has reversed, suspended, or repealed the most taxes in Nigeria's history. The first 4 executive orders that the president signed when he got into power was 7th of July 2023. You can Google it and find it. Those 4 executive orders were suspending taxes that had been introduced by previous administration. This president also suspended and reversed the 5% excise tax on airtime and data, suspended the cybersecurity levy, both of which were introduced by the previous administration. They also introduced carbon tax on single-use plastic, all these paper bag, not paper bag, nylon bag that we carry around, plastic. By now you'll be paying tax on it, but the president suspended the tax. Same thing with imported vehicles. There was already a law saying that if you import a vehicle that is 2,000 cc and above, you must pay tax on it. So that was also suspended. Import duties were granted on food items, agri inputs, pharmaceutical inputs, and so on and so forth, the basic things. The 4% import levy that customs said they want to collect, this government also says it should be suspended. It was introduced during the enactment of their new law by the former administration of President Muhammadu Buhari. We also have many agencies with all manners of levies that they charge on people and businesses. One of it is Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria, where they were charging even some private companies hundreds of millions of naira. So this government also have put a cap of 25 million on it. There was also expatriate employment levy that was introduced. Even though it was introduced, it was announced during this government. The approval was done by the previous government. And once there was a feedback from the public, the tax was reversed. People also say, oh, let's give more resources to states. The federal is too powerful. Guess what? It's not supported by data. If you look at the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and you try and put all the resources identified in that constitution together, you have these 8 broad categories. 5 of the 8 are assigned almost exclusively to states, so it's their resources. The remaining 3 that are not assigned to them are shared amongst federal, state, and local government after the state must have taken derivation revenue. So by the time you put all of it together, 85% of Nigerian resources are assigned to state and local government. So this narrative of, states are too weak, center is too strong, states should become creative, collect more taxes, is not correct. States should not create more taxes. They should just become very optimal in collecting 1 or 2 taxes and collecting it efficiently so that they don't burden the people. There's also the danger of a single story. So this is the proverbial blind man and an elephant. So they know there's an object in front of them. Of course, they can't see it. So they decided to move closer and touch it to try and feel what the object is. Now, depending on the part of the elephant that they touched, they concluded whether it could be a rope, a tree, wall, fan, spear, or snake. Of course, none of them was right because none of them felt the whole picture. So that's the same thing with these tax laws. So you can pick one area and then you go to town. Yo, banking and tax ID. By the way, banking and tax ID is not new. It was introduced through the Finance Act in 2020. It took effect from 13 January 2020, more than 5 years. There has already been a requirement to provide tax identification number if you use an account for business or for income. So my advice to you is don't allow people who are trying to tell you the single story, single narrative per time. Take your time to try and understand how this reform affects you broadly. You will see at the end of this slide a link, a QR code to get copies of the tax laws from our website. Those tax laws have been uploaded in PDF format that is searchable. You can search it. So once you download it, just type anything that you want to know about. Within 2 minutes, the AI will do a summary for you. So which means you can learn on your own. You don't need to wait for a content creator to create confusion, especially when they don't have the skills and the experience to talk about tax matters in form of advisory.
All right,
In conclusion,
sir, if you will wrap
better
up.
days, better days are ahead of us. So we just need to try and understand these reforms clearly, find the opportunities that are there for us, make sure that you pay attention to areas where you need to do something. If you need to keep records, now if you're doing payments, try and do it on your bank apps instead of paying cash, because when you do transfer and you put description on there, it gives you an evidence that you can use to minimize your taxes and then take actions. So when Nigeria succeeds, all of us will do better because a rising tide lifts all boats. So if you're interested, this is the QR code where you can get copies of our tax laws, and you can follow us on social media, and you can see a lot of educative materials and engage with us if you have any questions or comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. If you stay a little more, we will take a few questions. Do we have people? I think we can just take 2 or 3 questions. All right, we'll take.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taiwo Yedele. When you were appointed newly, still struggling with the committee stage of these tax reforms, I made an attempt to see you. The reason is because in VAT remittance vis-a-vis the input VAT, I think there is a need to make it possible for VAT payers not to be denied the input VAT claims. What do I mean? We as the end sellers, the end traders, we buy from distributors, but they don't give us any proper receipts in our system of operation. So all this I wanted to bring to you earlier. Now, when we are making our remittances in the with FIROS, the tax promax, which is the computerized format for payment, the tax promax does not allow us to remove the input VAT that you pay to your distributor. Now, you can imagine a situation whereby after doing a trade of, say, maybe 1 million naira with a profit of about 100,000, for instance, the input VAT inside that will be up to 70,000 naira, whereas the actual VAT remittances is supposed to be about maybe 2,000 or 2,005. So what has the government done so far as it concerns the remittance, so that we will not be suffering the poor attitude of the distributors? In other words, what measures can be taken to mitigate the risk and ensure seamless input VAT claims by traders?
All right, we have people at the back. Someone raised their hands.
Yes, I did. Okay, my name is Queen Unachuku. I'm very happy to be here. My question is on the informal taxation or double taxations. Like the taxi drivers, the previous speaker just said the low-income earners are exempted from paying tax. But our taxi drivers, they buy tickets. Some buy 2 or 3 tickets in a day, up to like 500 to 600 naira. The market women pay other forms of taxations, tickets and all that. And if you check their income in a month, some of them don't even end up to like 200,000 naira in a month. So how are they really exempted from paying tax when they are usually charged or asked to pay one fee or the other from other government agencies?
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Ablalim Sarkin Adar. I used to be a strategy consultant at PwC. Mr. Tayo, I just wanted to ask you, you gave us an example when you boarded a plane from Lagos and you were coming down to Abuja and someone complained to you about the rights issue that he was not going to purchase the shares because it's taxable. And then you said that if that money is reinvested or like you're not, you don't have to pay the capital gains. So I wanted to ask, in terms of like a transaction whereby you sell a real estate, land or a property, and then you go on to reinvest that money, is it going to be taxable? And then how long do you have to, how long do you have to reinvest that money for you to be exempted from being taxed on that transaction that you did have? Thank you.
All right, we have one more, and then we'll allow our speaker to respond.
Okay, good day, everyone. My name is Sylvia Chomo. So my question is, we have been having a lot of discussions online, that's in respect to taxation, and also in programs like this. So, but nobody is talking about the benefits that taxpayer stands to gain. And then, how do we hold our government accountable? As we're paying the taxes, you know, how do we hold them? But before I continue, by the way, I'm Sylvia Chomo, the founder of Young Women in Corporate Consulting. So oftentimes people invite me and come and ask me, okay, you people are talking about tax, so what's the benefit for us? So I want you, Mr. Tao, to look at this. And when we talk about tax, let's emphasize on the benefits for each and every one of us and how we can hold government accountable. And then please, if there are channels for us to communicate, that's for taxpayers to be able to channel their complaints, please share with us so people can share their grievances. Thank you.
All right, sir, you can go ahead and respond now, sir.
Okay. Excellent. So thank you for those questions. The first one is on VAT remittance. You have challenges being able to claim your input VAT on the tax promise because you don't get receipt. So unfortunately, the law makes it mandatory that before you can claim input VAT, you must have an invoice, we call it a VAT invoice, that shows the amount of VAT, because otherwise anybody can just bring any receipt and say I paid VAT and you start making claims. How will government be able to determine that you're not lying? They need to find the amount of VAT on the invoice, link it to the person that invoiced and the person that paid. So the responsibility you have is that going forward, if you buy anything, make sure that they put VAT on the invoice. It's not hard. You can even help them calculate it and select the amounts so that way you can claim your own input VAT. The second one is informal taxation. And like taxi drivers, they still buy tickets, even though we're saying, you know, we're exempting them. So the exemption we have is first and foremost for corporate entities. So if you are operating as an individual, sole trader, proprietor, you don't enjoy that exemption automatically. So you have to try and formalize your business. But it doesn't take away from your points. We have a lot of collection of fees and charges, associations, subscription, where people will just harass you and collect the money from you by force. The tax law will not be able to stop that immediately. It will take time. So we're working on how do you implement, and also bear in mind that some of these amounts that are being collected are contained in our constitution, so you can't just say stop collecting it. So when it has to do with non-state actors, that has to be dealt with beyond the tax laws, because we're trying to get a rule that says you can't be charging people money illegally, collecting cash physically, and all of that. So I'll say this one is work in progress. You know, market women are being harassed, they extort money from them. So we're working on that. The next one is capital gains tax and real estate gains. If you're into real estate and you sell land or a house and you make gains, you pay your capital gains tax on it. The reinvestment exemption is only applicable to shares. It's only on shares where if you sell your shares and you make a gain and you reinvest the shares back into that same company or another company, you're exempted from the gain. But for real estate, there's no exemption for reinvestment. Of course, if you sell your owner-occupied house, no tax on it. And if you sell your vehicle up to 2 a year, no tax on it as well. So the last one is, we're not talking about the benefits and how do we hold government to account. No, we actually talked about the benefits. One of the slides I had was benefits, where we're talking about benefits to businesses, small, large, individuals. So we talk about the benefits. How we hold government to account has to be all of us. So in the work of our committee, we have worked on provisions in the new tax laws that would improve transparency and accountability by government. We have sent amendment bills to the National Assembly to alter the Constitution to ensure there is more governance, transparency, and accountability. But it's not something that can be fixed just by the work of our committee. We all have to work together in holding government to account. One of the best ways to hold government to account, start by paying attention to what government is doing. If they say there's a budget, even if you don't have to read a budget, just watch the news for a few days after the budget is being presented and debated. If the likes of budgets, they go to local government and they take pictures of projects and say this one is a lie, this one has been repeated 10 times, this one, you know, and then you see that, go to online, go to social media and look for budgets. You see their accounts, you hardly find 100,000 people subscribed. They post something, you'll be lucky to find 1,000 people that have viewed it or shared. You know, but then the next minute, if they are talking about, you know, Burna Boy and Wizkid are fighting, you see 5 million views. So we also have to, you know, if we pay attention to the things that matter to us, politicians too will pay attention to it. If they know that we don't care, we just make noise. We say, hey, they are corrupt, government is not working well. That's not accountability. Is when you drill down to specifics and you demand for things to be done differently. So this is where all of us must come in. So channel for complaints. In the last slide that I shared with you just now, you will see email accounts, WhatsApp, telephone, you know, so there's plenty of ways in which you can reach out to us. Whether you have an idea or complaint, feel free to engage with us. A copy of that slide will be shared with the organizers, and I'm sure they'll be happy to share with you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. We are honored to have you. Please, let's give him a round of applause as we get set for the next. So we deeply are honored to have you, despite your busy schedule, to be able to speak to us today.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we'll be moving into something different, related in many ways, however. We'll be talking about taking the Ponzi scheme menace, and then we're looking at investor confidence and market integrity. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to speak to us is the Director, Legal Department of the Securities and Exchange Commission, Nigeria. He holds a PhD in commercial law from the prestigious Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. He is an accomplished professional with over 33 years' experience in the legal profession. He has also been working as a regulator and in the regulatory compliance enforcement of securities law and legal advisory. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to invite for his presentation on behalf of his boss, Mr. Nesta Ikeagu, Doctor, who is the Director of Legal Department of the Securities and Exchange Commission, Nigeria. Please put your hands together for him. Let's clap for him. He's been patiently waiting, and this is his time.
Can they share the...
Please, can we share the slides, please?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me and my organization, SCC Nigeria. I bring a warm greetings from the Director General and the entire members of the staff of Securities and Exchange Commission to the organizers of this event. Thank you. My presentation, which I'm here to represent the Director General of SEC, is on taming the Ponzi menace, Ponzi schemes, investor confidence, and the market integrity. We'll have 15 minutes to do justice to this topic. The first slide, it's the content, what the presentation contains, from description of Ponzi to characteristics of features of Ponzi, impact of the activities, the regulatory response in taming the menace, and the way forward, call to action in preserving the integrity of the Nigerian capital market. Then we'll ask, what is the introduction? In the morning, the distinguished senator and even the organizers have agreed that the Nigerians have lost a lot of money in investing in Ponzi. And the Ponzi scheme promises unrealistic returns outside the regulatory framework, which entices the subscribers and the investors. And in this form, they always get their fingers burnt. These schemes exploit the greed of the people, ignorance of our people, and the gaps in financial literacy. This is where the problem lies. The greed of our people, ignorance, and the gap in the financial literacy. So how do we describe this Ponzi scheme? How can I tell the story or relay what Ponzi scheme is all about? Ponzi scheme is one of the schemes that have been referred as prohibited scheme and described in section 2357 of the New Investment and Securities Act of 2025. It is a fraudulent scheme, investment scheme, in which an individual or entity, as a company, pays return to investors from new capital or paid by the new investors rather than from the profit. What we're saying here, it's the Ponzi scheme rely solely, mainly on new capitals coming in from that business. If the capital, if they faces difficulties or impossibilities of getting capital for the new, to pay the existing investors, you find out that that scheme will crash. So they rely heavily on new entrants bringing in their money. So it is a fraudulent venture that promises high return on investment with minimal risk. It's what entices people on this is the issue of, in the next 1 month, if I invest 100,000, I'll get 30%. I'll get 130 naira in the next month. These are what entices people. There's no risk. There's nothing. It's just put the money down, you will get the high return on it. Yeah. Okay. Then, these the characteristics of Ponzi scheme. These are features. How can we identify this the Ponzi scheme? We're saying for you to see a company that is telling you to come and invest, that you will make high returns within a period. All these are the features you will see in those companies you need to run. The first, in no order, the first, you can say, no transparency, lack of verifiable operations, and SEC registration. The first is that when a company that is carrying out Ponzi operations approaches you or someone and asks the company, where is your registration? He said, yes, we have started our registration. We have commenced, we have gotten CAC registration. We have commenced with a small, there is EFCC, a small business, and we have gotten to SEC. SEC is looking at our papers. There's no concrete evidence these companies can give to you that they've been recognized by regulators. So that is the first red flag everybody can. The second thing is that they will always frequently use investment structures and big investment technology jargons that you cannot understand. They'll try to confuse you. When you ask questions, they will always give jargons that will confuse you in the sense that you do not ask questions. Then, they have a little or no KYC documentation requirements. You know that in financial markets today, when you want to go, if you want to open an account, if you invest in the capital market, if in the financial market or generally, there must be know your customer documentation, KYC. But these companies, only what they want you to do, that their own target is their money. Bring your money. What is your name? After you have brought your money, also what is your name? What is the account? Where we will pay you money? That's the only thing they need from you. Because this is another red flag for anybody. Because if you are to genuinely invest in the financial market, you must have proper documentation. The next is the unrealistic guaranteed high returns on investment that defies market reality. There, in investment, like in the capital market, nobody can guarantee you that you will make 30%, you will make 40% in 1 month. It cannot be guaranteed. It is issue of how the market plays that will be able to bring the returns for you. But for these people who will tell you, deposit 200 today, in the next 1 month, you will get another 200. Guaranteeing you that refund, that 200 must come no matter what, no matter whatever that happens, you must get the 200,000. This is a red flag. Then the issue of they require the entrance of the new investors to pay return to existing. This is their future. This is how they operate. They will always rely on the funds, capitals from the new entrants to be able to pay the existing investor. The next features that you will get is a promise of consistent return, irrespective of overall market condition. No matter what happens, by next month, you will receive 30%. Whether there's meltdown, whether there's anything that the whole bank has closed, next consistent return, you must get that your 40% return they've promised you. You will now ask yourself, where will they get that return? Where will they get the money they will pay, the percentage they will pay you? If every bank has closed, but yet still promising you consistent return, it's another red flag. Then issues of recruitment pressure and constant push to recruit new entrants. You know, when they capture you, when they capture someone, they will put in pressure, go and get other people. When you get other people, if the referrals, we will pay you so amount of money to be able to keep on the business, because their target is on the capital to be brought by the new entrant. Then the next is there's no actual business model and assets under management. They can never tell you, where are you, these monies you are collecting from us, where are you investing it? What business that will yield you that such returns that you will now to pay me 40% of the money I've given to you in a month? They can never disclose that. So those are some of the characteristics, the features of Ponzi schemes. Then, the mode of operation. Most Ponzi schemes, they operate online forex trading, cryptocurrencies, real estate business, agricultural business. These are what they will always give people, their subscribers, that's where they put this money. We'll do online forex. We'll raise the money, we'll multiply the money within 1 month via online forex, via crypto. That our agricultural business is growing in Benin. If you get to Benin, we have the 10 massive acres of agricultural. All these are lies. What they do here is issue of the promise of that high return. That is what the investors, the subscribers they convinced are looking at. Issues of profitability, that there must always be profit as they go on. The issue of the recruitment and collapse. Immediately there's no money is coming in, they are bound to collapse. There's no new entrant into the business or bringing the money to them, that's bound to fail. Sorry. Wow. Sorry. So the next slide, we're talking about the impact of the activities of these Ponzi schemes. Firstly, we say that the activities erode public trust and loss of investors' confidence. Investors who burnt their fingers today will be very skeptical to invest again. The confidence they have will, in the market or in the financial market, will always go down, that I don't want any person's problem, I don't want to invest. The second thing is that it undermines the confidence in the capital market and the financial market generally. Undermines the reputation of the regulators and the government as market surveillance and regulatory credibility is questioned. Like for SEC, now, whenever you see SEC staff going to preach about don't invest in Ponzi, you see every person in the room will have questions to ask. Where are you when we started to invest? Where were you when these people were making their publication, making their adverts, asking people to come and invest? Where were you and others? So all those questions is tied to confidence, that the confidence issue and public trust about the reputation of the regulator like SEC. Then the activities of these Ponzi schemes discourages investors from engaging in productive economic activities. People who have genuine intention to grow their money, to make investment, will be very skeptical of doing so, because they will now be confused as to whether this is genuine, whether this is not. If I put this, they will say, I've burnt my fingers. So it's always an issue of investors being discouraged from participating in genuine investment. The next is the losses, the huge losses investors with attendant socioeconomic problems. Investors will always come, subscribers and investors will always come to give a very bad narratives as to their encounters, their bad experiences with all these, companies and Ponzi schemes. The Ponzi scheme diverts funds from the local economy to foreign destination, most especially when these are online Ponzi's. By the time you deposit your money, they've moved the money from Nigeria to elsewhere, so which deprives the economy the much needed funds for investment and economic growth. So, what's the regulatory response in taming the menace? What SEC has done, what SEC is doing to tame to tame this menace of Ponzi schemes? The first and foremost, SEC has pushed for the enactment of the Investment and Securities Act of 2025, which the National Assembly, through the Capital Market Committee of the Senate and House of Reps, were very, very helpful and supportive in issue of passage of the bill to become law. And the law, in that law, Section 34M of the law empowered SEC to enter, seize property, sell up premises of persons illegally carrying out capital market operations and investment schemes and seek an order of forfeiture for recovered assets. So for now, the law has given SEC the power to enter, seize the property, go to court to get order of forfeiture. The law also, in section 1961, emphatically gave SEC the power to enter and seal all prohibited schemes, obtain court order to freeze and forfeit all assets of such schemes to the federal government. So now, the law is this, whereby SEC's attention is called upon on activities of a Ponzi scheme. SEC will go in, get order to freeze the account, get order to all both the subscribers, the investors, and the company, whatever they recovered on the company's, whatever assets they recover on that company will be forfeited to the federal government. So SEC today has changed the narrative as to what will they recover for the investors or subscribers. Investors or subscribers are not, by this law, are not to get a dime. So the next investor education initiatives. This, what SEC has been doing regarding the investor education. SEC has been issuing warnings and public notices in their website and their social handles. SEC has continuously updating its website on the list of capital market operators, the people they've registered to perform capital market activities. It is in their website. It's always update that. SEC has been able to partner with the Ministry of Education in infusing a curriculum, capital market curriculum, in schools, both secondary schools and university. The project is ongoing. Maybe by next academic year, we will see that they have all the capital market studies included in the curriculum of the secondary school and the primary school. Then SEC has even going sensitization by demography, through TV, radio, sensitizing people on issues of Ponzi scheme. Before you invest, make inquiry. Before you give a dime to anybody, go to SEC website, check the person's name, the company's name, whether it's registered, whether the person or the company is registered with SEC. Then, SEC has also done sealing operations and crackdown where Ponzi schemes where companies are conducting schemes that are not registered with a physical address. SEC will always, in collaboration with the Nigerian police, go to seal the office. They will, through a partnership with NFIU, they will trace the accounts of the company and promoters of that company. The directors of the company will trace the account and freeze the whole account to be able to fish them out, to come to answer for that. Then, SEC has also used civil litigation at the Investment and Securities Tribunal, as the IST, and the criminal prosecution through the Nigerian Police and the Attorney General's office, Attorney General of Federation office. SEC also has done a lot of interagency collaborations. They've engaging with strategic partners like NCC on issues of communication, telephone conversation of all the activities of these people. SEC has collaborated with the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, the NIDA, NBC, APCON, that's the Advertisement Practitioners Council. All these are the people SEC it's partnering with to fight this menace. Then another way the SEC is responding to this is a unified approach to combating the Ponzi scheme through Financial Service Regulatory Coordinating Committee, the subcommittee of legal and enforcement. SEC is using that subcommittee to fight this menace. Then, sorry. So, the way forward. What is the way forward for this? I was saying that the way forward, SEC to strengthen strategic partnership and collaboration with the critical stakeholders like Ministry of Information to be able to disseminate information concerning this menace. SEC needs to continue their partnership with the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, with BON, with NCC, NIDA, NFIU, Attorney General's Office, then the compliance officers of the bank, because they are critical here, the compliance officers of the bank, whereby they notice that account opened today, that tomorrow you will see monies coming in tranches, this coming from, they need to flag that account and be able to report to SEC and NFIU that this account is suspicious of being a Ponzi platform. Then issues of like Facebook, and the SEC needs to partner with Meta Group on the Facebook for them to bring down any platform, any subscriber in their platform that uses their platform to lure people to invest in prohibited schemes. Likewise, other regulators to monitor digital platforms. Then, SEC needs to intensify public enlightenment on operations of Ponzi scheme and publishing concluded prosecuted cases. You know that many SEC, in the recent past, SEC has prosecuted many of these companies, and some of them are in jail. But you see, they don't publish it because they need to start putting it up in the media to enable people know that yes, this person has taken out money. But there's the consequences that they have been able to succeed in prosecuting this person to be able to pay for his or her crime. Then the issue of financial literacy campaign. SEC needs to partner with schools, NYC, and other civil groups to be able to see how this campaign will trickle down to the last person in Nigeria, in the country. Media engagement. SEC needs to partner with influencers even the vernacular content of this campaign should be created, and the content creators can take this message to the nooks and crannies of the Nigeria. Then SEC needs to set up a verification portal where investor protection portal enables complaint and investment verification. Before you invest, if SEC has a portal whereby you need to look at before you invest to know, is this person, this ABC company you want to invest, is it mentioned in this portal? Is it recognized in this portal? If it is not, you will run away. Then, the issue of the digital surveillance and intelligence. SEC at this time needs to deploy technology. Technology is the bailout of all this. A technology that will be able, AI-powered market surveillance, web tracking tools for online promotions, and early warning system for suspicious activities. Then, call to action. For investors, verify before you invest. For industry operators, uphold transparency and accountability. For regulators, continue digital vigilance and cross-agency synergy and partnership. For the media, report responsibly and verify claims. Thank you.
We'll take a few questions. All right, if you clap for him, he will sit and then take a few questions. Do we have questions? All right, do we have people who want to ask questions? Okay. Let me also assure you that the next speaker will be telling you about smart investment, how to make money and to make your money work for you.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Patrick Odagboy. I want to ask a question. Is there any collaboration between the SEC and CAC? Because in most cases, these Ponzi scheme company, they tend to present certificates from the CAC as backup to defraud most Nigerians. So I'm asking, is there any collaboration to curb these Ponzi scheme companies in such a way that whenever the company approaches CAC for registration, they should ask them where is their SEC registration, stuff like that, before they go to register them. Thank you.
Thank you. Question 2.
Good afternoon. My name is Daniel. My question is, sir, since you said those who get their hands burned wouldn't be getting anything from the seizures, that is, from the proceeds you've seized from them, how do you intend to get those involved in Ponzi scheme and get to arrest them? And that is, and to get people's input as to how they were defrauded, so that next time it will be easier. At least persons, when they get to court, it will be easier to get them arrested.
Okay, we'll take number 3 from this side.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Peter Josephat. No, one thing I want to ask, sir. Some years ago, when I started trading with some of the capital market instruments like money market, and also my friend introduced me to treasury bill. In money market, I was making just 6%. So, but some of my friends who does those betting and also invest in all those Ponzi schemes, you see them making 40 to 50, some even 70% of their initial investment. So my question is, what are we doing to, or what is SEC doing to improve the profitability of those making genuine investments? Because it will serve as incentive to encourage others to invest more. And also, let me use this opportunity to ask, please, what does it take a company? Sorry, I wrote you down. Okay, sorry. I said, what does it take a company to be listed in the Nigeria Stock Exchange? And what are the benefits for those companies? And how does it benefit the public? That is number 3 question. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Engineer Chris Onya. I think I have to be direct and specific to my question. There are some organizations from experience that are registered with SEC, and when they collapsed, the SEC could not do anything. So, like issue of, like sometimes when banks collapse, we have NDIC that cushion the effect of such risks that such banks took. To be specific to my point, issue of cash craft. A few years back, a lot of people were defrauded by their scheme, and up to today, complaints were put up to SEC, and nothing has been done for those people to recover their money. Thank you.
All right, we have 2 more, and then we'll go to our speaker.
Good day, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Ojibiri, and my question will center around the real estate sector because it's a very important sector in this aspect of discussing real investments and scam investments. First of all, real estate companies, they offer people investment slots to buy land on their behalf. How can we say such investment is legit? Like, I'm asking now because these real estate companies will like collect money from people for land banking. That's what they call it. So how can we verify the authenticity of such investments? Then the second question I wanted to ask, I think someone has asked a question related to it. I wanted to ask about real estate companies collecting investment funds from people, and these companies have CAC registration. And then finally, I learned from someone that real estate companies are not allowed to list on the stock market. So as an expert now, I'm asking you to clarify if real estate companies are allowed to be listed on the stock market. Thank you, sir.
All right, we have 1 more, and that person is at the very front.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much for the education. I have more of, will I call it a question and a rant? What does it take to have a whistleblower process? For example, we get a text message, hey, if you send money to this account, we know these text messages that they are scam, and they add the account number that you can pay into. What does it take to submit those account numbers to the right channel? And then they use the KYC, the so talked about celebrated KYC, to go get those guys, or whoever it is, girls too, and get them out. What does it take? So that's my either question or answer.
It's a general one. It's okay. It's your love. Please put your hands together for us, sir. We have you now to respond to these questions. Can we clap for ourselves? We're doing well. We're doing good as an audience. Thank you. Now, Securities and Exchange Commission.
Okay. Thank you for the incisive questions and excellent questions put up here. The first is the collaboration between SEC and CAC to check before registration. Ordinarily, SEC and CAC, they are under the Financial Service Regulatory Coordinating Committee, FSRCC. They are both members of that group. Apart from that, CAC and SEC, they have MOU for information sharing. But the problem where it lies on this issue of Ponzi scheme, you find out that a man who wakes up in 2015 to register a company he has been using to sell bags of cement in his village. In 2023, he turns the company into investment scheme. He started calling people to invest in the company. So how will CAC know that the man they have registered in 5 years ago to do the business of sale of cement, and they turn the company into investment schemes? So it is pretty difficult for that to happen. The important thing CAC and SEC is doing, that even for genuine applicants coming into the capital market, SEC, in registering your company, CAC, if you say that you want to do a business of finance, in capital market, CAC, before CAC registers you, it must confirm from SEC. SEC must give no objection to CAC before they register. So this is those ones coming to do genuine business. But for the companies that they've registered and they've moved from what they registered them to another thing, it's out of control of CAC and SEC. Then the question of how do you intend to arrest the operators if there's no complaint received? One of the challenges SEC is facing in the pursuit or in cracking down this the Ponzi scheme is that subscribers will keep mum of the whole thing when they are gaining, when they are being paid the returns. It is only when the investment gets south that you see them crying. By that time, the bad guys, the smart guys, would have dissipated with the money. They would have cleared the money. When you now get to trace these accounts, you find out, yes, that XYZ amount entered this account, and he has moved from this account A to B, from B to D, from D, it has gone into Netherlands. From Netherlands, it has moved to Vietnam. So these are all what you see. When you trace these monies, you see what's happening in that space. So there's the important thing that what we normally do is that when their business goes out, the complainants that will complain, the people who will cry, will document them, will get their complaints, and be able to work with the police and the Attorney General's office to be able to see the evidence we will gather to prosecute the perpetrators of the act, whereby we will still have them around. Then somebody asks, what is SEC doing to increase returns in the capital market? SEC, the capital market has fundamentals. SEC, as a regulator, cannot delve into what gains you will make and what gains or bad investment you will make. No. The important thing is that SEC is there to regulate and to see that the market is transparent, that the market is fair, that you protect investors, that the operators in the market do not cheat investors, that investors' rights are protected. That's only what SEC and its mandate can do in the market. Not to now say that since Ponzi schemes are paying 40% in return, okay, we will match them. We will pay 60% in returns. It cannot work. It doesn't work that way. Then, he said, what does it take for a company to be registered in NGS, and what is the benefit? Yes, if you go to, first of all, for a company to be registered, to be listed at the NGS for trading, it must be a public company. Though they have a window for all those ASI, all the small companies. If you go to NGS website, you will see what it takes to be listed in their exchange, to be traded, for your shares to be traded. But for the new ISA and SEC, we have they created a window whereby private companies can come to raise funds in the market, but with a stringent, there are stringent conditions to be met before you can, as a private company, raise capital in the capital market. Then the collapse of CMOs registered by SEC, example, Cashcraft. Yes, SEC registers CMOs, and most of the CMOs, some of them have closed shop. Some of them have gone under. But SEC, the capital market has a mechanism. If the CMO that has gone under is a stockbroker, is a member of the NGS, the SROs, if it is a member of SROs, like a stockbroker being a member of the Nigerian exchange group, the exchange group has IPF fund, investor protection fund, like the NDIC, whereby you go to lay your claims, and they will look at their records and be able to make a payout of what your entitlement is for. Then, whereby it's a capital market that is not a stockbroker, that's like fund managers, they do not have SROs they join, SEC is mandated to open up National Investor Protection Fund, whereby when such CMOs go down, you come to SEC, lay your complaint, SEC will verify based on the board. They have the rules and board of the NPIF. NPIF will verify the claims and pay out what the law says to be paid out to investors. Then, coming to issue of cashcraft, it's a wonderful problem we have at hand. Like the cashcraft, the issue of cashcraft, I investigated the matter. I stopped that scheme, because cashcraft, yes, is a registered operator that was registered to carry out function of stockbroking and asset management. Cashcraft went as early as in 90s, as early as in 2000, went and targeted retirees or even the oil company, some employees of oil company, to start a scheme whereby they will grow their money. When SEC realized what they were doing, SEC stopped them, that you shouldn't do this. Return all the monies you've collected to people, to them. By that time, you find out that when the people started complaining because they were not paying again, they were not paying them what they agreed with them. When SEC moved in, went to look at their books, they found out that all those transactions concerning that were not ever reported in their books. So we mandated them to stop this, and they have stopped that. SEC brought them before the APC, gave decision for them to return the money, and they have challenging the decision in court. You know what court process will be in Nigeria, whereby you have given operator, look at what decision, look at the directives on what to do. Is challenging those decisions. You can be in court with the operator for next 20 years. Yeah. So that's a challenge for us. You say the real estate, the land banking investment, how do you verify? It's this real estate thing, the land banking, is not recognized by SEC. The issue of investment, for anybody, the law made it clear that for you to, SEC is the apex regulator to regulate investment and securities business in Nigeria. For you as a company or an individual to say that you are making investment in real estate, if it's beyond buying and come and buy land and develop and build and develop, that it becomes land banking and investment, the person has to come to SEC to be registered. So where such person is not registered, if you check the SEC website, run for your dear lives. Then, is it CSC registration? Real estate are not allowed to be listed at the stock exchange. That is not true. It's not true. The real estate, for you to be registered, to be listed in the stock exchange, you must be public company. You must be a public company for you to be listed, and they have their requirements. It is in their website, the NGS. It is not only in NGS that you can list your company. There's other NASD. There are other outlets, the trading platforms you can register to trade your company shares. Then, they say, how does it take for whistleblower, how to get these bad guys arrested? How to get them arrested? It's a simple thing. Because that 70% of these schemes are done online, it's hard to get them, but the way you smoke them out is the issue of freezing of those accounts. If you freeze the account, if we get complaint from subscribers that they gave me account A, they gave this person account B, C, all this, if we collect all those accounts, we'll track those funds through NFIU, we'll get to court to freeze those accounts. Immediately you freeze those accounts, you will see a lawyer. A lawyer will appear. That I'm here to represent the ABC company, that the accounts were frozen, that blah, 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 blah. I said, go and get your client first. They said our client is not in Nigeria. I said, go and get your client first before you start talking to you. Because we know the modus operandi, how they operate. So that's one of the ways we will need to fish them out. Then, the issue of whistleblowing. I've told you that when it's sweet, subscribers, investors will not even look at regulators. They will enjoy the returns, but immediately it goes south. You come to SEC, you just come to SEC and see people lining up that the man promised us to pay last month. He has not paid. He has not this. He has not paid. You now ask the person, okay, how long have you invested this with this man? I said, for the past 8 months. For the past 8 months, you have been with them, and they've been paying you. Now they've not paid you this time. You come to SEC. Thank you.
Please, let's invite Nancy. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much for that very interesting lecture. It says, come to SEC just before they start paying you. Hello? I think we should just ask SEC. The best thing is if it's too beautiful, just leave it. Just leave it. Just leave it. Well, thank you. Somebody said the safest way to double your money is to fold it into 2 and put it in your pocket. That's double money. If you do anything more than that, you're on your own. Let's clap for SEC again, please. Sir, please smile. Please smile. We are happy here. Let's encourage him. Tell him, say, smile, sir. There's a whole lot to do. Someday somebody asked me to give him money. I was still thinking, and I said, sir, money cannot buy happiness. I said, who told you that the money I'm looking for is happiness I want to buy with it? I know what I want to buy with the money is not happiness. So ladies and gentlemen, there's one of our set sponsors that I need us to really appreciate. They are Cowrie Asset Management Limited. Please, can we put our hands together for them? Thank you very much. They have the Securities Limited. They have the Treasuries Limited. They also have the Realty Development Limited. They have the Consulting Limited, where business processes and revenue management and cost optimization is done. And they have a special trustworthy Bureau de Change for Foreign Exchange Services. They are outside. As soon as, if you are going outside, you need to see their stand. I'm their client already and their consultant.
Okay, let me just say something. Please, can we give a round of applause to the Securities and Exchange Commission for that? And I hope that we've learned a lot, at least from that session. And it shouldn't just end there. All of you in this room should be ambassadors for it. It will be disgraceful and disappointing that after that session, that you will go again and do Ponzi scheme. Let them take your money. I don't want to pray, but if you go and do that, may your money be taken and ahead, because after this, you don't have any excuse. Now, just before I bring up the next guest, or the MC bring up the next guest. At the beginning, we talked about all the things that we've done, at least in the last few hours. This next section is very critical that you will listen to, and I want you to listen with all alacrity, as they say, and not just even listen, but to take a step. All our partners today have partnered with us because they believe in what we do as a platform. You have Alpha Morgan Bank here, at least one of the banks that will give you good service. At least that I know. So all of them that you are seeing outside, please, I would like you to go to their stands when we are done and make sure that at least one of those things that you take away from here is having a relationship with them. The next speaker, of course, that our MC will bring up, runs a company that does not invest in Ponzi. I needed to come here and speak before he speaks. I talked about it in the morning, smart ways to invest. And there are a lot of ways that you can invest in Nigeria, except you are motivated by greed. If you are motivated by greed, then perhaps this is not the room for you to be in. But if you are not motivated by greed, because money has principles, you need to listen to our next speaker. He's been here for a long time, at least since morning, but like I told him, is the best. You know, we reserve the best for the last. Their stand outside, I will expect that once we are done, everybody at least goes to their stand and to see how you can form a relationship with them to begin to invest your money legally. I don't want to get into all of that, but I'm sure that our next speaker, for those of you that have been watching my show for years, is not just a partner, is like a partner in progress. So over to you, MC. I needed to say all of that. And also, MC, sorry, let me also say this. I know that there are a lot of us in the room that came from outside Abuja. I want to acknowledge all of you. Please, a round of applause for yourselves. I've been told that a lot of you came from states across, and at least the one I know is from Edo State, and some other states. So thank you very much. Thank you for believing in the brand. Yes, thank you. From outside Abuja that you entered your flight or motor or whatever to come here, please, thank you. I just needed to say that before we're done. Thank you. So over to you.
Please put your hands together for her. You know, until a Ponzi scheme tells you to bring two people, you will not know that you don't have friends. When they say bring two people, you know that to get two people is hard. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to do this. At your pace, can you just rise? At your pace, we've been sitting all day. At your pace, just rise, please. We've been sitting all day, and I need the next speaker to really be able to sink into us. All right? Can we try to sit down now at your pace? If you are stretching, don't overstretch so you don't hit somebody's face, please. Can you try to sit down now? Thank you. Can we do it one more time? Some of you have not even sat down from the first one. Just stretch so that you can give him that attention. Before I bring a VIP like him, I do this. I just count 1, 2, 3 and say go and expect us to clap once. Can we try it? Can we try it? 1, 2, 3. I didn't say go. Can we try it one more time? 1, 2, 3. All right. Can we try it one last time? 1, 2, 3, go. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I invite our next speaker. He's very impatient because he doesn't know that I've given him 2 hours to talk. Please put your hands together for him.
Thank you, Ben. The good thing is that, like I told the young people I was with in the other room, like they say, that everything I'm supposed to say has been said by somebody. So my own is just to say two, and they will all go home. I wouldn't go to protocols again because all the protocols have been established, but I will want to once again celebrate my sister, High Chief Nancy. Our relationship has come a long way, and I don't want to say how long it has come because when somebody said she worked with Nancy 70 years, I heard Nancy scream. So I don't want to worsen it. So that some of you would think it's your mate. She's not your mate, she's not old either. She asked me to come and speak on Nigeria's new financial landscape, reforms, risk, and the road to wealth creation, Investment Forum 2025. And they talk about smart investing, how to build wealth in Nigeria's evolving financial landscape. The good thing is that almost everybody has spoken some strands of what I'm supposed to speak. And so it then means I'm going to speak. I was asked to speak for 15 minutes. I had 30 slides, like the person who spoke with before me earlier said he had 15 slides for 15 minutes. So mine is to compress 30 slides in 15 minutes. I don't know whether they can project it. Can they project it? Media. Okay, no problem. If I don't able to project that, I will just speak on what I want to speak on. So basic thing is that we're talking of investment climate. And if you want to talk about investment climate, you first of all have to understand the macroeconomic environment. I think two of them, Taiwan, the other person who spoke before him, talked about the fiscal environment, talking about the tax regimes. So before I delve into what you need to invest, you need to first understand the environment where you are investing. And I think that's the key point in investment. Knowledge. You must have that knowledge on what to invest in, how the environment is playing out, what is happening in the environment, are they challenging the environment, what are the prospects in that environment, and what are the risks inherent in that environment. It's only when you do that that you can then say, okay, this is what I need to invest in. I understand the risk. Because one of the, we just finished speaking about Ponzi scheme. Ponzi scheme because the environment has created part of that motivation for people to invest in Ponzi schemes. I was talking to Nancy along the line, and I said the desire for people to wake up in the morning and become rich is part of the reasons why people go into Ponzi schemes. And that desire had been fanned by the religious groups we belong to. It's only in religious group that you wake up in the morning and somebody say, go and pray, 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 pray. I'm going to live in a house I did not build. How? Pray, 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 and then you get a new car. So it therefore follows that if you can pray and wake up and see a new car. I saw somebody who posted something and said, look, and then they asked to call the GO or whatever they call him, and then he came to visit them and money fell from the roof. It doesn't happen. So it is that same principle that making people say, look, I can just bet 5,000 naira and I get 5 million. And I go back and bet under 500,000, I get 5 billion. It doesn't happen. So one of the things you're going to be taking away from here is that wealth creation is not a happenstance. I'm a Christian, I'm an ordained minister, but I can tell you that you're not going to get rich by praying. You're going to get rich by working and investing your income. Do you get what I'm saying? So if you pray from now till tomorrow and you do nothing, nothing will happen. And that Bible says that as long as, it said, seed time and harvest time will never cease. As long as the earth remaineth. What does that say to you? That you have to plant before you reap. So the concept that I will just wake up and pray and then I'll go and bet, somebody says, look, if it doesn't sound real, it's not real. Somebody tells you, you know what, I'm doing, we're trading on gold, or we're doing agricultural produce. And then if you invest 100,000 naira, you get 100,000 naira in 6 months. The question is that there's no business in the world that gives you that return. Okay. So if there's no business that gives you that return, it simply means it won't happen. But let's even first start by looking at Nigeria. Where do I point to? Where is the sender? Up there. Okay. 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 So we're going to be looking at first about the Nigerian economic landscape. There are comments earlier made by Taiwo and Dr. No, I mean Tokwe Fashua, that the Nigerian economy is doing well. Tokwe made a very interesting statement. He said, if your income has not increased, that's a fallacy, that's fallacious. But I'm not going to debate them now because they are not here. If they were here, I would have chopped that Taiwo's, is it 100,000 he said? That he said if you talk about, if you can give, I can give you 2 taxes that the government introduced. Are you not aware that the president has signed into law a 15% duty on petroleum products? Is it not tax? Please tell him to send me the money. But that's by the way. But what we're saying is that there are some positive changes in the economy. Of course, we know where we're coming from. And I'm going to dwell on where are we coming from. Why are we not feeling the impact? Because when you talk of green shoots, which is a fact, because when you talk of green shoots, you need to recognize one thing. If I have a fracture, is that right? They will first put my leg on cast. And maybe they give me 2 double crunches, which I work with. Then, if subsequently I can work with 1, there's improvement, is that right? So maybe in the long run, I may even work with some level of limping when they have removed all those casts and everything. But it's still better than when I was crippled and I couldn't walk. So when you are recovering from a severe challenge, you could say there are improvements. So if you look at the economy in the past 1 year, the past 9 months, we've seen some improvement. The economy grew at about 3.9% in the first half of this year, 3.13% in the first quarter of this year, and 4.23% in the second quarter of this year. So that's an improvement. So it then means that the economy has resumed growth. When the economy is growing, it should actually be spinning off some benefit. What I'm just heading to is that, yes, our situation is bad, but there are some improvement. So you don't just fold back and just keep crying. You begin to look for, like they said, can you say the signs of rain? I'm not saying it has started raining. I'm saying there could be some signs of rain that could give it. Say life is about hope. Then we've seen if you look at the structure of the economy, you realize that, and I'm going to be dwelling a lot more on that so that you can also know where to invest. Because looking at a lot of young people here, some are young, some are not too young, some are middle age, some are old. Then it then means you cut across all strata of human demography. It then means that there are people with different interests on what to invest in. Some of you may really want to go into real sector productive activity because you are still very young. While I talk about the investment in financial instruments, I'm also going to talk about the opportunities in the real sectors of the economy. So first of all, you look at the structure of the economy, and you realize that 9 of the subsectors of the economy account for 90% of economic activities in the country. What that means is that those 9 sectors of the economy are sectors that present opportunities for people to do business. One of the topmost sectors in the economy today is agricultural sector. 26% of the economic activity is counted by agricultural sector. Next is trade. About 18% of economic activities are counted by trade. So we talked about this. So about 18% of the economic activities are counted by trade. Followed by what? Real estate sector. About 12% of the economic activities are counted by real estate sector. Followed by what? Telecommunication sector. About 11% of the GDP is accounted by telecommunication sector. Then you move to the manufacturing sector. About 7% of economic activity are accounted by the manufacturing sector. So by the time you take the first 9 top sectors of the economy, you get 90% of our economic activities. Then for the young people who want to go into business, who want to go into real sector productive activities, these are the first top sectors you need to look at. And then for you, those of you who are also making investments in securities, tradable securities, particularly equity market, these are also the sector that bold strong opportunities. So you now move to, if you look at this slide, you can see manufacturing 7.8%. And then after that you have mining and quarry. That's where you have the oil and gas sector. And the mining sector, the solid mineral sector. The solid mineral sector see both a lot of opportunities. It may not be fully tapped, but it's an area that presents great opportunities in the near future. Why am I saying this? So that we are not just looking at financial assets, because we're going to go deep into financial assets, but I want you to bear this in mind. But even if you're going to invest in financial instruments, these sectors are the stronger sectors. You have finance and insurance in the subsector. You have construction industry. Now, let's look at, like I said, we will agree with them that there are some green shoots. There are some improvements. Somebody's in the hospital, or somebody had a trauma, had an accident, and then the first thing you go to emergency. From emergency, if it's very serious, they move to intensive care unit. Then when your relation is intensive care unit, the day they bring the person out of intensive care unit to a normal ward, what do you call that? Improvement, is that right? But it's not yet discharged though. It's still in hospital. You can still relapse. But you don't pray relapse. So if you have good physicians, you know there's improvement and you are moving towards, maybe if you are sleeping in the hospital while the person was in the ICU, you can now go home. Is that right? So we have some green shoots. One of those green shoots that we are seeing a moderation in inflation rate. Inflation rate started after the rebase in about 24.8% this year. And then we've seen an inflation rate at 18.02% at the end of September. So that's an improvement. But I must also sound a caveat about the inflation rate, because people will ask me, why are we not feeling the impact of? I need to know where. Okay, I'm actually moving out without looking at the screen. Okay, I've gone too far. Okay. So let's look at the inflation rate. Like I said, inflation rate had dropped from about 24.48% to about 18.02%. But why we say inflation is improving, so it's a green shoot. But you and I are not feeling the impact. So if somebody tells I, Johnson Chukwu, that I'm making more money than I was making a year ago. I said it's fallacious, and that is a statement based on false premise. I'm not saying the person is lying, but I'm saying what we are saying here. You are building this, you're making a statement that's based on false premise, false assumption. Very simple thing is that, how many of us have had their income in the last one, since January last year? How many of us have had their income increased by 51%? It then means if you're on paid employment, if you're earning 200,000 January last year, you're earning 300,000 today. If you're earning 2 million, you're earning 3 million today. Do we get that? Few people, even those in the real sector, private sector, have had their income increased by more than 51%. And average price levels between January last year and September this year has increased by 51%, because they rebased the inflation figure and then used last year's average of 33.18% as the base. So what they're saying that prices increased on average last year at 33.18%. So further increments this year were increments above what the prices were average last year. I don't know, let me put it in graphical form. By December 2023, let's assume one item as a basket of all consumer goods, and let's say a loaf of bread. A loaf of bread was 100 naira December 2023. By end of last year, it had gone to 133 naira 18 kobo. So what they are saying is that any further increment this year is increase above 133 naira 18 kobo. Do you get what I'm saying? So the 18% we are talking about increase this year is 18% of 133 naira, not 18% of 100 naira. So when you look at that, so you realize that if you compare that figure to even 100 naira, the increment is over 51%. And that's why virtually no average household in the country is feeling any better. But why we refer to it as green shoot is that if the trajectory continues, if the inflation continues to moderate, you get to a point where income growth will catch up with it. And that's where I differ from the position of the tax authorities or fiscal authorities on the concept of imposing additional tax burden on us. Because we have not even recovered. Our household income has not recovered. And you want to take more. And you are telling me that you want equity, you want to have equitable distribution of wealth, when there is no wealth. But that's a topic of discussion. Like I said, I'm not going to dwell so much on what I would have discussed if I had a panel discussion with Taiwan and other people. So, then what are the other green shoots? We are seeing improvement in foreign trade. Okay. So you're seeing improvement in foreign trade. And what has happened in improvement in foreign trade? The first half of this year, total Nigeria's export was 43 trillion naira. Total import was about 30 trillion naira. With Nigeria had a positive balance of trade of 12.6 trillion naira. What that means is that we sold more than we imported. And when you sell more than you imported, it's an injection into your economy. So we earned more foreign exchange than we spent paying for goods and services. So it helped increase our reserve. And when your reserve increases, it helps your currency to improve. But what is the flip side of it? Because one of the things I tell people that in government that we must recognize that every economic decision has positive and negative impact. There are consequences for every economic decision. And you don't just look at the figures. You look at what are the underlying logic behind those changes in figures. The reason why you are having a positive balance of trade is because all of us do not have income to buy goods and services. Our average household consumption had declined because your ability to consume has been eroded by 50% of what you used to consume. If your income has not increased by 51%, if your income was remained stagnant over the past 21 months, it simply means today you can only buy half of what you used to buy in December 2023. So because of that, the importation level had declined and people can no longer import. So merchants, the traders, are no longer importing as much as they used to import. Whereas your export is crude, it's not related to directly related to economic activities. And that's why you saw in my earlier presentation, that sector only accounts for about 4.6% of the GDP. Well, it accounts for about 85% of our total export earnings. So that's part of the contributing factor, but it is a positive in the sense that it helps to boost your reserve. If it was as a result of growth in economic activities, it would have been more, the impact would have been more pervasive, because you would have seen employment being created. I don't know what I'm saying, but you can actually consider that a green shoot because it adds to your reserve and it helps to strengthen your currency. We've also seen an improvement in capital importation. Capital importation by the entire of last year was about $12 billion. Was about $12 billion. The first 6 months of this year, in the first 3 months of this year, capital importation was about $5.6 billion, which is almost half of what we received the entire last year. Why is that the case? Because your currency is stabilizing and foreign portfolio investors are willing to take a bet that if they bring their money into your economy, they can take it out. And when your currency is appreciating, it then means that they have the benefit of not only getting the returns they want to make from the fixed income, the instrument they invested in, but also getting additional exchange gain by converting back to dollar at a stronger naira rate. What that means is that if a foreigner wants to bring in $1 million and the person brought in the $1 million when the exchange rate was 1,500, it then means the $1 million would be 1.5 billion. Okay? Then he buys your instruments and gets 20% return. 20% is 300 million, is that right? Eh? He converts, he now has 1.8 billion naira. But naira has strengthened to 1,400. It then means he will be getting not just, he won't be getting $1.2 million. He'll be getting something like 1.28 or $1.3 million. You get what I'm saying? Huh? So those are the incentives that encourage them to come. But the flip side of it is that of the $5.6 billion that came in the first half of this year, only 126 million naira was for long-term investment. Only 126 million naira was for what we call foreign direct investment. What that means is that the people still do not have that level of confidence to invest long time in the country. And it's that long-term investment that would have cascaded into impact of job creation. I don't know whether you can relate what I'm saying. So, and when the government comes to people like me and tell us that, look, we have attracted so much, I say the figures are not saying that. So when you hear we've attracted $5 billion, $20 billion, it's audio money they are attracting now. Because data from government, Nigerian Bureau of Statistics says, in the first quarter of this year, we only got $1.6 million as actual foreign direct investment. Only 2.26% of total amount we received. But in terms of size of money that came in, we've seen an improvement. So that's a green shoot. Next, you have, of course, all these things will flush into your reserve. Foreign capital importation, whether it's foreign portfolio investment or foreign investment, will flush into your reserve. Increase in your international net balance of trade will flush into your reserve. So we've seen an improvement in the reserve to about $4.42 billion, including the money we are borrowing from the Eurobond market. Of course, if you add that now, it will be about $46 billion. So, but then the question becomes, what is the net foreign reserve? Of course, there's improvement. This improvement have led to what? It has led to your currency stabilizing. We've seen naira appreciating over the past couple of months. We've seen naira at the peak of the crisis in February last year. Naira was as low as 1,800, 1,900. Now we are back to less than 1,500. We are in the region of 1,400 and 436, 440 something. So what that means is that these are indicators of improvement. And then on the government side, government revenue has also increased. The first 9 months of this year, tax revenue collected by government was over 22 trillion naira. And government shared, between the three tiers of government, they shared about 16 trillion naira in the first 9 months of this year. So that shows you how much government has collected as tax revenue. So which takes us to the same, well, like I said, unfortunately, I had wished, Taiwo is my very good friend, and we've come a long way. I wanted us to discuss the position of the tax issues so that we can all have a commonality of what's the best interest of the country. But in effect, the government has collected 22 trillion naira as tax revenue in the first 9 months of this year. The three tiers of government has shared about 16 trillion naira in the first 9 months of this year, against about 10 trillion naira they shared at the same time last year. So it's an increment of about 60% in government shared revenue the first 9 months of this year. So all these things you can consider as, I don't know how, okay, that's it. All these things I ought to be considered as the green shoots of the economy. But then the vulnerabilities in the economy are still there. The weakness of the economy are still there. The key thing we've seen an effective monetary policy management and an alignment between fiscal authorities' actions and monetary authority action, which we didn't have under the previous government. But the structures of the economy has not changed. And that's where the heavy lifting will have to happen. That is what will create a more stable, long-term macroeconomic. That's what would trigger consistent economic growth. But what I have mentioned earlier are the factors that if we continue on those trajectory, we will get to a higher level, better level of improvement. So what are those vulnerabilities? The government borrowing has continued to skyrocket, which does not make sense. I just showed you that they collected about 22 trillion naira in tax revenue, and they have shared about 16 trillion naira, oil revenue and other revenues. And then, at the same time, they have increased our borrowing, our total national debt, about 152 billion, 152 trillion naira. Of that amount, about 46 billion is national foreign currency debt. $46 billion is foreign currency debt. Remember that your reserve is about 42 billion. So the question is that the contradiction we are seeing is that at the time when your revenue is growing, then why are you borrowing more? So then you look at the other vulnerabilities. One of the speakers earlier has said, look, the market lost 5.01% yesterday. About 4.6 trillion naira was lost in the stock exchange yesterday. Why did it happen? Because investors are reacting to fiscal policies. So some of the policies they make, I say, look, you are seeing things from one side of the mirror. And my approach is that economic management is a very delicate balancing act. You don't see it from a very narrow premise. You have to have a broad view of how the economy works, which is why I'm taking us through this journey before we go to what you need to invest in. You have to have a broad view. Every economic action has consequences. The government seems to be tunnel-eyed, looking at only revenue. Every revenue you take it from operators in the economy. You deny them the capacity to invest. You deny them the capacity to produce. You deny them the capacity to consume. When government continue to borrow, they shrink an economy. When the other government continue to borrow from the public, or they continue to take stuff from the public, they shrink the economy. And it does not allow for growth. So when I was talked about the benefits of the tax regime, I was shaking my head. But that is by the way. So now, what happened? Between Monday last week and yesterday, the market lost 7.4 trillion naira because investors are running away from a fiscal policy. Today, the market recovered about 2.88%. Why did the market recover today? Last night, the Minister of Finance said that government will review the capital gain tax. That single announcement that we're going to review the capital gain, because you're going to see a situation where a single policy, and when the government said it's not about revenue, I believe it's about revenue, and I can debate it anywhere. If you want to take tax from my capital gains to your government, is it not revenue? It's simple. If you're going to impose tax of 15% on imported petroleum products, it's not government revenue. Who pays it? You and I. And they're telling me it's not about revenue. So what I'm just addressing is that the vulnerabilities in the economy is still very strong, and the government must be conscious of the impact of their policies. So single fact that the ministers came back and said, look, we will review this. The market recovered 2.88%. Market lost, that was the biggest loss in more than 15 years. So economic agents are rational. It's only a tree that you will say will fail you and will come and fail you by the end of this year. The tree will be standing there. Is that not so? Eh? Even a snail will crawl out of that place. So that's foreign investors who are voting with their feet. Institutional investors who are voting with their feet. But the good thing, the government came and calmed it. So, having said that, now let's look at what brought us, so that we can have a fair idea of how the economy works, what is happening and what is not happening. So I'm going to take us quickly to the investment opportunities within the Nigerian market. But we must start with the mindset of an investor. One of the things I tell my younger ones and my mentees is that there's one factor that is constant with success, and that discipline. That if you lack discipline, it's anything on earth. No matter how intelligent you are. So similarly, one of the key mindsets for investment purposes, you must have a disciplined approach to investing. What that means, you must have the principle that, look, I'm getting 800,000 naira today, a month. I'm going to give, for those who are Christians who believe in tithing, I'll do 10,000 naira to the church. I must also do 10,000 naira for my future. Because there will come a time when you can no longer walk the way you are walking. I think my mic has gone. You may need to increase the volume of the mic. Or did I want to talk about it?
Hello. Hello.
Imbibe the principle, the discipline to set aside part of your income, basis. Then you cannot create wealth. 2, you need to understand and balance risk return. So what that means, I have to ask myself, what kind of risk am I ready to take, and what kind of return should I expect? And I tell people, depending on your station in life, what we do if you come to us, we don't just start investing for you, we profile you. We agree with you what your risk appetite is, where you run your cash flow, what are your expenses, and what are your expectations. So we, after that profiling, we'll agree on what you should be investing in. So we'll be able to know what kind of risk you should be able to take. If you look at even which is one of the principles that underline the investment guidelines of PENCOM. I'm sure many of you have for those of you who are in paid employment, you have your retirement savings account. So if you do that, you will realize that you are Fund 1 to Fund 6. If you are below the age of 50, you will fall into Fund 2, and Fund 2 is what they call moderate or balanced fund, where they invest in assets that have reasonable level of return, reasonable level of risk. Then if you have a voracious risk appetite, you can elect to be moved to Fund 1, where it is what they call growth fund, where the risk is much higher, but the return is also much higher. And I tell people, look, like my children, they do crypto. I don't do crypto. And when we discuss at home and talk about the risk they are taking, I say, you know what? The last boy is 16. No, the last boy is 16. And he's doing crypto and he understands it so well. I tell him, look, you know what? You can afford to fail 4 times and still have opportunity to create wealth. If I fail once now, I won't be able to rebuild. Do you get what I'm saying? So you take the risk that is commensurate with your station in life. So you must have to learn about risk return threshold. And I tell people, look, you must understand there are 3 classes of assets. That's what they call, they are in different forms. One is a gaseous form, one is a liquid form, and one is a solid form. And I tell people, if you are playing the cryptocurrency market, you are playing the gaseous market or the gaseous asset class. Simple reason that you can wake up in the morning and not see anything again. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like hot balloon. You can wake up and then your money has vanished. You can't even see where the smoke flew away from. But you can also have a small gas and the smell, you open it, the smell fills this house. Is that also? And that's how your waste can expand. Then you have the liquid form. The liquid form gives you ability to transact businesses. It gives you a reasonable level of return. It doesn't give you the kind of return that the gaseous assets will give you. But it's still subject to a risk of loss. But the risk of loss is not as strong as the risk of loss in the gaseous asset classes. And then you have the solid asset class. Your real estate investment, if you invest wisely and invest with good title, it wouldn't vanish. Do you know what I'm saying? Particularly in a country like ours where you don't have earthquake. Your investment in some blue chip companies, you may not get the kind of return you will get if you invest in a growth stock. But then you don't have the risk that you can wake up and say this company has gone into liquidation. So you also need to know what they call balancing your portfolio. So depending on your state of life, you can decide, I'm going to hold 20% in liquid assets, or 60% in liquid assets, 40% in solid assets. As you're getting older, you move more in solid asset classes. Because at that time, your needs also reduce because you're no longer training children in school. So, you also recognize that for an investor, depending on your station in life, the daily volatilities you see in the market will not determine where your assets are. You're not going to play the market and say, look, I'm going to ride the volatility. You need to take a position, look, I'm going to invest this instrument that are blue chip, and it doesn't matter how the prices go back and forth. I know in the next 2-3 years, it would have gained about 30% or 40%. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you don't follow the volatility in the market because you can't trade that volatility. So you need to also recognize that policy changes affect, like I just talked about. Today is what, Wednesday? Tuesday, market lost 5.01%. And I said, look, if the government didn't do anything, that's why I said yesterday, if they don't do anything, we're going to go to a market crash. Because the market would have lost more today. And then if I lost more today, panic would have set in. Everybody would want to jump out of the window. So what that means, everybody would have wanted to sell. And then when everyone wanted to sell, nobody wants to buy. But the policy decision makers came and said, look, we know your problem. We can feel your pain. We understand your fear. So we're not going to take this further action. We'll review it. And the market, people who sold said, okay, let's go back. This loss will suffer. Let's go and get it back. And the market get 2.8% today. So having said that, this is just to show you that equity market, like I said, market volatility will happen. But the equity market still remain a major store of value, a major sector for capital gains, a major sector for wealth creation. By the end of October, the market had gained 49%. Of course, it lost about 8.6%. It had clawed back 2.8%, so it's back to 41.1% today. Last year, gained 37.6%. The previous year, it gained 45.9%. And the preceding year, 2023, gained 19.9%. So what that means is that if you are investing in a full basket of securities on the exchange over the past 2 years, you would have made almost 90% return on your assets. Do you get what I'm saying? Huh? Can they activate this other one again? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? So what I was saying is that if you have invested in a full basket of Nigerian equities in the past 2 years, you would have earned over 90% increase in your wealth. You still can't hear me? Can you hear me? I think they need to increase the mic from the control. Can you increase the mic? So what I'm just emphasizing is that, look, the equities market remain a sector, a segment for wealth creation. Do you get what I'm saying? But what is required is you must understand the market. You don't have to be an expert. There are experts in companies like Cowley and a number of other companies that can guide you. And then you can also, for younger people, you can also read up a lot, attend seminars like this, learn from those who understand it, and then make your investments. But like I said, the concept that you are going to smoothen by actively trading on the daily fluctuation is a difficult thing. So make sure that you are there for the long haul. Concept of investment is there for the long haul. Then you look at the fixed income space. So you look at the fixed income space, you have the federal government bond, you have the Euro bond. Of course, you also have the likes of treasury-based commercial papers, deposits with banks. The rate of treasury-based at some point was above 23%. But then you needed to have a certain level of investment. I think 50 million was the minimum entry volume for primary market instrument. But company like Cowley had to fractionalize. We will buy and retail to you. So what I'm just emphasizing that beyond the equities market, depending on your risk capital, remember that equity can go up and go down. For a fixed income, you have a guaranteed principal. That your principal is guaranteed, it's assured. It is now tending towards a solid segment of the market where you don't wake up and say, look, market lost today. Oh. It doesn't mean that there may not be some movement in prices, particularly if you want to sell during the life of the asset. But ultimately, you can be rest assured of one thing, that your principal is guaranteed, it's assured. So depending on your situation in life, you may need to have some part of your investment in that instrument that gives you regular return on investment, and there is no risk of capital loss. Do you get what I'm saying? Then you have instruments like Eurobond, in the sense that these are dollar-denominated instruments, because we are dealing with a volatile exchange rate environment. Like I said, the structure of the economy is still the same. The structure of the economy has not changed, but we have seen a better management of the fiscal and monetary policies. So what that means is that Nigeria is still vulnerable to exchange rate fluctuation. Like we just saw the past 1 week, when Donald Trump said that Nigeria is now a country of concern. And then he now followed it up with, look, that we're going to send soldiers to that, did he use the word disgraced nation, disgraced country? And then they be gone a-blazing. What happened was foreign investors, portfolio investors started to sell. Last week, the central bank had popping about $50 million to stabilize the exchange rate. Foreign investors wanted to exit, which is the problem with that high dependence on foreign portfolio investment. So they wanted to leave, and what that means that our foreign exchange stability we've achieved is still largely not, how do I put it? It's not permanent. Because we need to restructure the economy before we can be sure that we have a stable exchange rate. And that will come from what I'm going to be talking about subsequently. When we have a productive economy that is producing goods and services that we are exporting, that is creating jobs, that is producing goods we are also consuming, that's when you're going to have a more enduring macroeconomic environment. But until that is achieved, then the stability we have in exchange rate may be temporary. It could be unraveled by crude oil production declining, crude prices declining, because, like I said, over 80% of your foreign exchange is coming from crude oil export, or crude and crude-related exports, including gas. So what that means is that you may need to also diversify your assets into foreign currency instruments, like Eurobond. You don't have to buy $1 million. You can we're actually fractionalizing it. Company like Carrier are fractionalizing it, so you can actually come and buy, invest in our Eurobond mutual fund, where you can put in $500, $200 investment. So beyond this, multiple asset classes you can invest in. Then I also want to talk about investing in the real sector of the economy. Like I said, that looking at the faces here, I do not think you need to live here alone with that, believing that the only option is to invest in securities. There are also opportunities in the real sectors of the economy. I had talked about the growth sectors of the larger contributing sectors of the economy. And I have looked at how those sectors have grown. Agricultural sector, for instance, if you go to the agricultural sector, I said account for about 26% of the GDP. You have opportunities to play in that sector. In today's world, we now have greenhouse farming. We know about that. A son of mine is after working in a financial institution, he said to me, Dad, I want to go and do my thing. I said, what are you going to do your thing? And I said he wants to set up a farm. He started with the poultry. Then from poultry, he moved into greenhouse farming. And he has expanded his farm. And he produces all sorts of food. And if you go to his farm, maybe about 3 sides of this hall, he's doing all-season farming. What I'm just saying is the fact that you can actually farm in a 1,000 square meter land, a 600 square meter land, and produce enough to feed yourself and take care of yourself. That sector remains a sector that I don't want any of us to live here and believe in there's no opportunity. So you're not just sitting back and say, look, because not every one of us has a lot of money to invest. For those who have the money to invest, we will guide you to make the investment. But you can also create wealth in other areas. Look at that sector, you can see 26%. You can see it has remained the topmost. Look at trade. I come from the southeast of the country. You know, a lot of Igbo people are traders. This is where they find themselves in that sector. Then look at another sector, real estate sector. Somebody was talking about high-end real estate sector. But what I know that has happened, even if you not talk about high-end real estate sector, land in most cities in this country have almost doubled in price. Do you get what I'm saying? And you can't hear me again? Okay. I said land in most cities in this country have doubled in price in the last 1 year. Piece of land that people bought for maybe 500,000 naira, they're selling for 2 million, 3 million now. Like I talked about, they are also solid asset classes. Land, real estate is part of the solid asset class. I don't want to go into speculating what is driving high-end real estate development in Lagos, but we know that Lagos people are in power. And we know what goes with power. So we don't want to talk about that. But we're saying that even the small land you have in Gwarenkpa or Kuje may have improved. Let me tell you a story when I started banking. When I started banking, Lagos, capital of Nigeria, was still in Lagos. And then, because Abuja was being constructed, there was the intention to move to Abuja. So we had a guest house, because there was no hotel in Abuja then. Transcorp was being constructed. In fact, there was Omile's Hotel, what do you call it? Nandi Kano Agora Hotel. That was the best hotel in this country. Or in this town then. All the men that were coming to Abuja were staying in Agora. Because I was the junior person, they couldn't keep me in Agora. So they had a guest house. We had a guest house in Asokoro. And then we had, because there was no way to go and eat. No restaurants, unless you go. And then our cook or chef was buying up land in Abuja. And even as a junior as I was then, I was earning like 3 or 4 times more than the chef who was employed and brought to that guest house. Fast forward to when Babangida moved to Abuja, and then land began to go up. People began to speculate on land. This man just retired and became a big man. And I'm telling you, this is a true life story. He became a big man, massive. So for you, you don't need to own 100 million to invest in real estate. Where is development going to? Before development gets there, which is what vision is very critical in your wealth creation ability. Before development gets there, go there ahead of the development. Where they want to do a new highway, which area do they want to develop? Go there. So what I'm saying, the real estate sector presents a good investment opportunity for you, and you really can't go wrong there. I think I'm almost out of time. Then I talked about agriculture, construction, industry. Okay, ICT. The ICT sector is one of the most fastest maturing sectors of the economy because it is highly structured. But I can also remind you that a lot of people who went into the ICT sector made so much money when the telecommunications sector was reformed. Do you get that? I know people who are selling recharge card that became billionaires. Recharge card. So, but the question, are you able to see opportunities before they are still cloaked in the raw form? The problem is that most people are waiting for matured opportunity. And I say when an opportunity becomes known to everybody, it's no longer an opportunity. It has gone. And there's a joke we have in investment discussions. We say, look, there are 3 I's. I in wealth creation. One is initiator. The person who sees opportunity that others cannot see. He tries to do something new. So he starts something, and when he creates it, he makes so much money because he's the initiator. And then, when he has created something that is very valuable, and people began to see, those who are also smart, they will look at it, they will go and copy it, they become the imitators. When the imitators have gone in, they will increase production, whatever it is, weaken the quality, and then create a mass market for it. And everybody becomes aware of it. And everybody begins to go into it. And who are the next that goes into it? The idiots. So when the idiots jump in, there's no opportunity to go and take losses. So you need to make sure you belong to that category of the first I, the initiators. So you see opportunity where the others can't see it. And I quickly round up. So you have other sectors, transportation, finance, mining, water supply. Then if you look at the fastest growing sectors, electricity sector, are you interested in electricity sector? For the younger people, solar panel generated power. Are you doing anything on solar? Clean energy? We're moving towards a world where we are going to move from grid to self-generated, island-generated power. Young people, I'm challenging you. Look at that opportunity area. The quantity of power being produced in this country is increasing at an astronomical rate. But people are not seeing it there because they're looking at the national grid. Today in my house, we use national grid less than 4 hours in a day. That technology is growing very fast, and they present opportunities for you. We are going to look at a situation where the 200 million homes in the country, let's assume, okay, we say maybe we have 50 million homes. If you take an average of 4% per family, the 50 million households will require their own power that is away from the national grid. It presents opportunity for you. That sector is growing. People are not picking it up. So you look at, for the younger people, arts and entertainment. Are you in that value chain? Skilled producers? But if you are creative, you have creative competencies, that's a growth sector. People are not seeing that. People are meant, I've gone past the age of going to a club, but if you go to a club, people who spend money are those who are in that space. Is that right? Then you look at ICT, I talked about that, construction industry, and finally, the real estate sector. So in conclusion, building with Nigeria's evolving financial landscape requires adaptability and informed decision making. That's what I've come to share with you. 2, the smart investor is not necessarily the most aggressive, but the most consistent, disciplined, and informed. In an economy where volatility is constant, strategy beats speculation. Wealth creation is not a chance event. Prayer is important, God's favor is important, but you need to take the right decisions and remain consistent. Thank you all.
Do we have questions? Can we clap some more, please? It's like this lecture is well delivered that we don't even have any questions.
Thank you very much, sir, for the beautiful presentation. During the course of your presentation, my name is Jason Babakwahi. During the course of your presentation, you made mention of NGX basket. I don't know if you can elaborate on what that means. Thank you. NGX basket. When you said when you invest in NGX basket in the beginning of the year, you'll have earned like 90%. I don't know if I got the term correctly, but there was. Okay, maybe I missed the point. Equity, okay, it's equity.
Thank you. Sorry, sir. Good evening, everyone. Oh, Nasi is not here. My name is Oseyo Moigodalo, and I'm an entrepreneur. So I want to first of all appreciate your very beautiful presentation. Just like the MC said, it was so good that there weren't any need for any questions. For me, what I want to ask is, but before I ask my question, I wanted to say something that I have followed you for a very long time. I remember when you used to come on Nancy Ilo's show on TV back then when I was still in secondary school. That was almost a decade ago or so. And I've really been an ardent follower. For me, what I want to ask is, how can one have you as a mentor? And how can we get to learn from your wealth of knowledge? Because there are a lot of young people here. And we don't want this to end here. We want to follow you everywhere you go and get to be part of this knowledge. Please, sir, make that happen for us today. Thank you.
I think that's the general question. Everybody wants to become a mentor. Please, let's clap for him. A mentee, a mentor. Sorry, a mentee. Thank you very much. No question. No question, madam. I'm bringing the microphone to you so that you can transform our life, sir. Clap for him, please.
So the question is that you want to be my mentee. Any other person want to be my mentee? Okay, I will speak with Nancy so that we can see what structure we can put in place. Okay, let me tell you what I mean is this. There are 50 of us here. A mentee-mentor relationship is an intense relationship. It then means that I have to engage one-on-one with each and every one of you. But if there are many of you, it would just be good that we have a cohort, which is like a class. And then we can agree on how regularly we can meet. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that's why I said I work out with, since we all met in her program, I work out with her and we can create a cohort. So that's the only question for me. Thank you all.
Please, can we put our hands together for him? May I also invite Madam Nancy to come and take a picture with him? This is beautiful. Madam, we have just successfully created the first faculty in the University of Money, University of Nancy. And we have our VC here. He is our mentor. Please clap for him, clap for him. The only people who are not qualified to be in that class are those who don't use WhatsApp. If you don't have a phone that uses WhatsApp, it will be sending you SMS. Hello? Hello? Is there somebody here who has a phone that doesn't use WhatsApp? You are here. I just wanted to give you a phone. You just lost an opportunity. Please, let's put our hands together for him. Thank you very much. So permit me to invite for the closing remarks one of our own is Head of Sales, Marketing and Growth of Golden Oral Limited, Mr. Maxwell. Please put your hands together for Maxwell as he comes up to deliver the vote. Closing remarks. There's something we have to give you. If you hurry away, you will lose it. I'll advise that you stay and hear this vote of thanks. He will announce what will happen to that our newly created faculty. Please put your hands together for Mr. Maxwell.
Good evening, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It has been an incredible day. On behalf of my company, Moneyline with Nancy and Golden Oral Limited, I want to thank you and express our heartfelt gratitude to every one of you for being a part of the Moneyline with Nancy Investment Forum 2025. We are especially honored by the presence of all our dignitaries, the Executive Governor of Akwa Ibom State, who was ably represented by the Commissioner of Information earlier on, the Chairman Senate Committee on Capital Markets, and Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, among other dignitaries. From the inspiring session to the thought-provoking conversation that we had, it was a powerful networking moment for us. Today has been more than a forum. It has been a celebration of knowledge, innovation, and financial empowerment. We thank all our speakers, our partners, and every participant who has contributed to making this event such a success. You have proven once again that Nigeria's economic future is bright when we come together with purpose and vision. Before we wrap up, allow me to leave you with something very important. It's an invitation. Now you've experienced the impact of Moneyline with Nancy today, but beyond this forum, there is a community of forward-thinking investors and business leaders. Taking it a step further, the Moneyline with Nancy Inner Circle. Now this Inner Circle offers you exclusive mentorship, networking access, an opportunity to take your business further, where our members can reach out to partners. You can pitch your businesses to investors and decision makers. So take this opportunity to join this Inner Circle. Those who joined earlier know what they benefited from. And I must emphasize, it will not come at the same way you got it earlier. So if you are ready, make the move from being an attendee to becoming part of a powerful network of doers and wealth builders. This is the time to act. Please, before you leave, you would want to reach out to us on how to join this Moneyline with Nancy Inner Circle. Once again, I thank you all for being part of this remarkable experience. Together, let's continue to learn, grow, invest, and build wealth that transforms lives and communities. Thank you, and see you some other time. God bless you.
Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, this is how we wrap it up today. Can we rise as we take the national anthem to formally close? When we are going out, there will be something to, if you have not collected it already, you get it outside. But let's take the national anthem. I actually have something for the person who can sing it. Just one stanza. Is there somebody? They have gone. Thank you very much. Please remember to take pictures, make friends, and grow together. See you next time. God bless you.